Hey, last time I was recording, I got a crash at some point. When did that happen? I think I was talking about something with DJ. Anyways, right, I haven't released any videos yet, since the game's been out, so I thought where do I want to start? Well, I already talked about, I guess I'll just go through the characters list. My, if you've been in my channel or my fighting game content for a bit, you might know that I don't like to post things that other people are. I want to have original thoughts, you know. Feels kind of redundant if I'm just informing people of stuff that other people could inform them of. So, on the occasion that I have some unique thoughts or ideas, that's when I would like to make stuff. So I'll be primarily focusing on that. Obviously, there's some obvious things that I'll have to talk about, so don't, you know. I already talked about that. I don't remember how much I talked about in my last video with the demo, where I was talking about all of the advantages that Luke has, but there's a few more that, okay, I think Luke is like, obviously, like, the data will be what the data will be. You can look at the numbers, you can look at, oh, this character has a DP, this character has oh, their normals are pretty good, whatever, but, like, nothing real, there's no true way to calculate the end result of, like, the effectiveness of victories and, like, matchup charts or anything, and no matter how technical you want to get with it. Like Zangief, right? Like, people are complaining about Zangief and looking at this thing or that thing and saying, oh, this thing doesn't work quite this way, and it has this particular weakness or whatever, but it's impossible to measure any of that against the sheer effectiveness and power of, like, EXSPD, right? So you can't use anything but the actual end results to really start to figure out anything about which characters are strong and which characters aren't. And you can't get results until people have kind of settled into a flow of the meta. So I have zero opinions on which characters are strong or weak. There are some that are pretty prominent, like in these early ranks and early days, that are a bit rougher to deal with, but I have no opinions on character power. But I will say, like, looking at specific things that, like, I've looked at other characters and found, like, weaknesses or little gaps, like, oh, I wish this did work slightly differently or something. Luke has some of the best, some of the, like, most tight mechanics, in my opinion. Let me pull out, like, who all has... Actually, are Chun-Li and Jamie the only characters in the entire game that have 7-frame low forwards? I think they are. I actually don't know how fast. I haven't really labbed Dhalsim at all. He doesn't really play in the same way that the other characters do, so I've been kind of ignoring him for a bit. But yeah, most low forwards are like 8 frames. Some of them are like 9 frames, like Marisa, Geef, JP. You know how in like Street Fighter 5 there was a big thing of like, oh, each character, are they a 4-frame character or a 5-frame character? But in this, or sorry, a 3-frame character or a 4-frame character. But in this, every character is kind of like universalized in that their fastest move is 4 frames. Some of them have shittier ones than others. Like Lily has one of the worst 4-framers. I mean, functionally it's not, and she's fine, but like, it's just like a tiny little thing with no range, and that's not, it's like -4 on block or something. Only exists to be a 4-framer when you're at +1, and that's it. But, even though that's been normalized and everyone's a 4-framer in this game, there are some clear dividing lines that really affect the gameplay. So, one of the things that I probably mentioned in my previous video from the demo that becomes even more of a thing here is I've talked about how this game kind of reminds me of some recent NRS games a little bit. Like, in NRS games, like Mortal Kombat 11 or things like that, you have like these strings. You do like these string you kind of like input the whole thing. It's not like individual attacks and then you confirm off that or whatever. It's like you do like a 2-hit. See, it's just mostly target combos. Then you like set up the situation, and you know, a lot of the good ones are like things that have like you attack from here and then you like come in with like a big knee into like a punch that knocks them back, and so you create a lot of space on block, but you have the opportunity to confirm into like a launcher or something on hit from like 1 or 2 hits. But a lot of the NRS moves will keep you within the opponent's range, but you'll lose your turn. There's a lot of like close range turn taking. 3D fighters have that more often, where you're constantly going back and forth. Like in Tekken, you do a move, you end your string, it's minus, you're right in front of the opponent's face, they do something. Because you have more tools point blank in those games, you have side steps and stuff for the third dimension. This game, because there's so few plus on block moves, and in fact they buffed Luke from the demo, I do not recall this being plus. Might just have a complete aneurysm, but I'm pretty sure this was not plus in the demo. Because there are so few plus on block moves, and the ones that are plus a lot of the times are like just barely enough to get like a light, so that the only real frame traps you get outside of like this big flashy stuff with DRs and DR cancels and whatever is like just like that, just like a light sequence, just like whatever. And the issue with that is that if you complete a light sequence, like a true frame trap sequence, you're usually, some characters are going to be, so this is a first dividing line. Is your light block string, does it end in a -1 or a -2? And then some characters have better options to cancel off of. Luke can do Fireball, but it's like kind of risky, can be DI'd, can be perfect parried and punished, and it can just be jabbed as well. If I put this to count 3... yeah, it can just be jabbed. So, the other dividing line is like, okay, your light strings, how many do you get in a row, how many are confirmable, and then how much pushback do you get, and how plus are you afterwards, and also, then the opponent's moves factor in, how far do your 4-framers reach, how far do your 5-framers reach. That's pretty universal. Most of the characters have like pretty samey range on their 5-framers at least. And but then the most dividing line is when you get to 6 frames and above. Low forwards especially, because they hit low, are some of the most important to take into account in this. And this game doesn't have any, like, at least not with the characters so far, doesn't have any weird goofy stuff where like a character's low short is actually super far range. Like Rashid's low short was actually further than his low medium kick, and you could like do little low pokes and stuff with it. Nothing like that in this game so far, but if I do this with my light string, am I able to get out of the way of low medium kicks? I do have enough pushback with Luke, and if I do this string, I can walk out of this one. And different characters have like different ranges on their low medium kicks and different speeds, and but in general, that is a thing. That is like you don't have a lot of true frame trap options. So if you do like any button on block, it's like, oh, you did a poke, -3, you're in low forward range. So if I do a crouch jet, if I do this button, I am now like, my options are become very limited very quickly. So if I do this move on block, now I'm -3 in a 7-frame low forward range against Chun-Li. If I do my fastest move, I trade. Trading is fine. It's like no one really wins particularly. I guess you win because you were in a situation where you're in the opponent's range and you were minus, but now you're both kind of back to neutral. So trading is a kind of a win from not win. But yeah, if you do your fastest move, trades, anything slower, loses. and you can't walk backwards because it's a low. If you're -3, you also can't jump. Can't backdash. You are completely jailed right here. As soon as you... So that's a concept that's much more prevalent usually in NRS games. You jail the opponents. You're in a situation where it's like you do something that kind of almost entirely negates the opponent's option. So as soon as you do this, you're jailed. You have to sit there and crouch block or take some other different, weirder action. So if I do a low forward, I'm jailed. Well, not... It depends on the character, but so if I do a low forward like here, I'm jailed. I can't walk backwards. If I do this medium punch on block, totally jailed. If Chun-Li does her stand heavy punch on block, she's jailed. The free low forward, you're always going to be in range, and she can't walk backwards, and she can't frame trap you. So she's jailed. It's just one of those weird things about this game where a lot of the time, like the light buttons are, you know, minus, but they're still lights, so they're hard to react to. Like, tons of characters, every fucking player, like myself included, everyone does, like, crouch jab, low medium punch, right? Like this. Crouch jab, crouch strong. Everyone does stuff like a jab into a medium or whatever. Those are all fake. Those are all a minus button into a not super fast button. Those can all be checked. So they do those because, you know, they convert on counter hit. Crouch jab counter hit goes into crouch strong. Being able to access your mediums is a lot better than just sticking with the lights, because, like, there's a limit to how far the range of the lights and how far they'll push back. Whereas if you were to, like, if you're in neutral and you do like this, crouching medium punch, you're totally fine. You have tons of space. You are sitting fine. If you do stand medium kick, tons of space. You are not jailed. You're not in danger of the low forward. You don't have to respect the opponent. You're just still in neutral. So ironically, it's when you're plus in front of the nearby the opponent that things are like the most difficult to either make something out of or just safely get back to neutral. Because if you do this, well, okay, let's say if you do this, like crouch jab, crouch jab, crouch jab, which has slightly less pushback than doing that. I can't walk out. If I try to walk backwards, I get hit. I believe I can backdash this one. One of the rare instances where just at the very tail end you can backdash stuff. So what are my options here? Well, I can fireball or EX fireball, but that carries some risk as well to it by rotating. The main thing is like rotating between like the 4-framers and the low forwards, because I always accidentally hit the select buttons, like exit the menu, but then it resets because it's set up that way. So if I set up this, so that loses, and that can be buffered. Some characters are better at buffering their jabs or their 4-framers or whatever than others. It beats EX Fireball as well because it's the same kind of speed and hurt box. So, yeah, the main thing is most characters struggle between the mix of doing your light block string and then having options that either lose to a low forward or having options that lose to a 4-framer. And then, like, characters having sort of some unique attributes. So that's where, like, the game mechanics start to sort of expand in this close range, because, like, if you do something and, like, you're minus in front of the opponent and you no longer have, like, true flame taps, you're at the end of your rope with the lights, the number of lights you can do. Now you're minus. Well, you can start to incorporate perfect parries on those situations. If they do a low forward into a special, like a low forward into a fireball or whatever, which tons of players who are going to use their low forward, they're going to do that. That will beat that, but it will lose to low forward drive rush. But here's one of the big points that I wanted to make with this video, jumping. Forward jumping will get you out of low forward, will like go over low forwards in this game. Like, it's part of the mix-up. Part of this weird, awkward, minus but too far away for a light block string to continue situation. Part of that mix is jumping, because it will go over the, depending on how far away you are, you'll go over the four framers, and you'll always go over the low forwards. Except for Kimberly's is weird. Kimberly's low forward hits way higher into the air than all the other ones in the game. So, the thing about this is, and Chun's probably not the best character to demonstrate this with, but the thing about this is that who has like a good, I don't know, Ken? So, jumping is in many ways like a close-range defensive option, because if you do a thing and you don't want to do something that risks getting hit by the four-framer, but you also want to beat the medium kick, you can jump, and characters with extra jump options have more utility in this kind of close-range back and forth. So I think Ken, with his EX Air Tatsu, already really good in neutral, already a fantastic move, incredibly strong, gets even stronger when you incorporate it into this. And I've looked at every single character that does this in this sequence. In fact, I believe I already have a recording for Kimberly. It's not perfect. I do want to look at it with other characters and other cross-ups to see how the cross-up hurt boxes interact. But, for instance, which one is it? Probably just the first one. So if she does her max range jab on block, like let's say she completed a jab block string, and then you low forward, and she jumps over it, what are your options? Most characters, most of their anti-airs will fail if you try to anti-air. Now, depending on how long the low forward whiffs and whether or not the jab was -2 or -3 and etc., how fast their jump is, you can do jump backs. DJ's low forward whiffs for a lot longer than other characters. So, say you're fighting against Lily, who has like the splash or something, or like a particularly active jump in. Or just Kimberly hits the button earlier. So this is not perfectly done. As you can see, the jump in is hit pretty late. You can hit it earlier and thus have it already be more active. And have it make it so the DJ cannot jump back jab here. Like, so that if Kimberly did it better, he would not be able to jump back jab. He would jump into the kick. But with DJ, and I'm not entirely sure with particularly DJ and Guile, I'm not entirely sure about the limits or utility of delay flash kick and whether or not that can be beaten and how that can be beaten by the jump cross up. Oh, that's the other thing. If I walk forwards, I can't walk underneath it and get away. I could dash. I could do that, but yeah, it's just like one of these interesting situations where like you kind of have to escape the if you jump over a low forward, you can create this kind of situation, and characters with more jump options, the better. So Kimberly can jump over your low forward, and Kimberly probably has to do this more than other characters because, one, she has better jump options with her elbow. She has like more moves to do in the air, and two, because her jabs, her light block strings do not push back very far. She has stubby lights, and her full 3-hit light string does not push them back. She will always be in low forward range. So, if she has to do something to beat the low forward range, and she doesn't have like truly safe specials to cancel into, like even if she does like the light sequence into like EX run or something, it will lose to the low forward. It's not fast enough. She could do the light elbow slash for a counter hit, but that's unsafe on block at that range. It's -6 and can be punished. So she doesn't have like a truly, like if she wanted to be safe about it, there's not a great way of being safe about it other than just blocking their low forward. Teleport does not get her away in time. Even if she cancels it off the jab, the low forward will still catch her teleport. Or EX teleport on the startup. So yeah, close range, when you do a light string and you're minus after your lights or whatever, this is one of the factors that I have been thinking about. If you do it really early like this, you can EX that no problem. But I believe I have a recording of her doing elbow. Yeah, her elbow actually trades with DJ's, well, you can do the heavy one. The medium one is more rewarding, but yeah, you can still do that, but other characters and how prepared you are for the situation, etc. So, like, JP, this fucking asshole. His low forward is a 9-framer. That'll trade on that. I can do the elbow actually sooner than that, but if she does do the regular one that I've been trying to demonstrate, he could parry, like he could do the amnesia move, but that could also be baited out. It's not a true. Other than that, he does not get to anti-air this. Characters with DPs can obviously like cross-cut. They can DP it. Usually they can't. Most of the characters can't just straightforwardly DP it. All the anti-airs, DPs included, just go too far forwards. They just whiff. But you can cross-cut with pretty much all of them. Lily's is a bit suspect, but Lily has a normal overhead that just hits all the way behind her head. She's like the only character in the game that has an anti-air that hits all the way behind her head. No, Blanca does too. Blanca and Lily have like that particularly... They can cover a space no one else can cover. So this is where, like, you know, more tools and more jumping tools like elbow come into play. Or having like a particularly active jumping tool, like like Kenzie X Air Tatsu will just completely fucking stomp jump backs. I don't know, something to think about. Obviously this is most relevant to characters that have particularly fast jumping tools, like Cammy, who, if she jumps, this is by far and away the most important to Cammy, and I think this is important because I think Cammy's toolset is built around this. Well, not, obviously it's built around a lot of things, but I think this is like a very important part of the character. Because, for instance, her lights do not push back that far either. She cannot get out of low forward range with a light string. She also doesn't have a safe, fast, like if she were to do spin knuckle, it's not fast enough to create a frame trap off that. Oh, that's another thing that you can do with all these characters, is that even if you've ended the string, you can do another rapid cancel, even though if they do nothing, it won't hit. So it'll look like this. Like that. And as you can see, that's -11 on whiff. So that's another option. You can rapid cancel into yet another light and just buffer it. And that will beat the, that'll beat a myriad of options. It'll beat pretty much all low forwards except for... Actually, I can't say that. I only tested all the ones in the beta for this. So you can just do the 4-piece and then buffer the last one. And it'll auto beat the crouch medium kick at that range. But that also is probably a vital tool to use, rapid canceling into a buffered normal or something, rapid canceling into a buffer from out of range. I just don't want to like rely on that particularly early, because whiffing at -11, I would rather be counter hit than punish counter hit, you know? I would rather be beaten on startup than fucking whiff punished for a fucking punish counter. JP just throwing out his Abare, stand fierce. Oh, I blocked something, I'll hit stand fierce. Punish counter, full combo, quarter of your life gone, you're now blocking stuff at full screen. So, I don't want to whiff a light in that way very frequently. But we have other options. So you can trade with 5-framer. Now this is what makes Chun and... See, this is what I kind of meant about, like, it's impossible to really measure the power of something against something else, because people have been complaining about Chun-Li and Jamie, or, like, I mean, people complain about everyone, you know, everyone's in that state where they're, like, finally hitting competition, like, oh, my character's bad. And, yeah, every character is going to have, like, little gaps, and, like, you'll be in a situation enough times and realize, I don't have the most amazing options here, but, there's one thing that I think is very impossible to measure this early on, and that is having a fucking 7-frame crouch medium kick, which most of the cast do not have. So, this is one of those situations where, like I said, most characters' 5-framers reach at about the same space. Most characters, the 5-framers are pretty universal. They're generally function the same way. So if you do, like, a sequence like that, your minus, you can hit a 5-framer, and you can beat, like, the longer range stuff. Because anything that reaches particularly further than a light is usually 7 frames, or slower. So a 5-framer is perfect for being -2, then hitting, trade with 7-framers. If you have a light, if your lights are -1, then you can do a 5-framer, assuming it reaches, or whatever, etc. So, who's a character that has -1 and a good 5-framer? I don't know how far Jury's 5-framer goes. What's her furthest reaching 5-framer? That's 6 frames. What is that on block? So that's -2, -1, that's like -3, and this is -1? Yeah. Okay, that's significantly further. I think that actually might be like a ton of pushback. No, it's not. She just doesn't have a particularly long-reaching 5-framer. I mean, you know, they're quote-unquote universal, but I mean, they all kind of functionally are the same idea, but maybe Kim. Kim is probably a better, because her 5-framer reaches significantly further than her 4-framers. So she can do, like, this is probably, like, built in very intentionally to some of the characters' light strings and the characters. So she can do this, -2, into that. It'll lose to other 5-framers, but other 5-framers are usually also, like, these fucking light kicks or something. Which, if you're in the range and you do a light kick, now this is obviously also character dependent, but the only way you'll get big damage out of it from most of the cast is if you just immediately buffer it into a DR. This is punishable. This is, if you do a light, this is well known by a lot of people so far, but if you do a light into a DR, you can't act fast enough to frame trap them or anything, so they can just hit a light and counter hit you. It's just a punish. But it's hard to react to. I mean, you can react to the green flash. It's built that way. I've labbed these situations. I've labbed reacting to the green stuff. It'll catch you by surprise, obviously, a lot of the times, but it is within that reactable. The freeze frame lasts for a long fucking time relative to human reactions. This is what makes this important, is because you can do this stuff, and if you're -2 and you hit a 5-framer, you trade with 7-frame normals. Now, they're not all going to be lows. Most lows are not 7 frames, but, like, just, Cammy's low-medium punch, right? So, trade. That one's not as good for Kimberly, but yeah. You'll win against other 5-framers, trade with 7-framers, beat 8-framers, and slower. And, like, so part of this, like, light string, or you do something that's minus, part of this concept. And, okay, sometimes, so for instance, sometimes you just want to avoid it altogether, right? Sometimes, like, I would genuinely just, most of the time, if I can, just say, fuck it, I don't want to do lights. I don't want to do light strings if I don't have to in the close range, unless I have very precise control over them. Like here, I know that I'm I know that this sequence from this specific range is possible and has enough pushback, and I'm -1, I can get out. And I also have other options just in case I want to get even more distance right before. So, but, like, for instance, DJ, he has this, like, forward medium kick, and it's, like, when it hits a little meaty, it's +2. When it hits like this, it's +1. If I'm here, and I don't entirely precisely know what spacing I'm at, I only have one 4-framer, it's stand jab. So if I do stand jab, but I can't reach the crouch jab, then all of a sudden I'm not in a particularly great situation. Because I can't complete the sequence, which normally, if I really wanted to, I could do that, which is -6, but it's pretty safe against almost the entire cast, most of the time, at this range. And that beats buttons and stuff. It's a frame trap sequence the whole way through, and it knocks down on hits, etc. So if I'm here and I do stand jab, I actually can't do stand jab into this. It's, there's too much of a gap. It's not, well, I mean, like, I can't. You can do anything. That's not what I mean. But, like, it loses 2 4-framers if I do stand jab into it. Not enough blocks done. So if I really wanted to do, like, a block string sequence here, after I get this forward medium kick, if I'm not close enough to do 2 jabs, like, if I'm super close, I don't, it's better, because I have this, and then it depends on the range, but you know, I have better tools off of crouch jab than stand jab. But if I'm here, if I hit crouch jab, I'm going to trade with 4-framers, because I'm only +1, I'm hitting a 5-framer. Trading is not that bad, like we've already talked about, so I would be willing to do it, but it doesn't necessarily solve the problem. Like, if I'm at a space where I can only do 1 crouch jab, a second one won't reach, but I'm still, like, not that far enough away that I can do that, and it'll be safe from 6-framers, like that. So I'm too far to do 2 jabs to get the good spacing, but I'm too close to do the safe Sobot or whatever. So it's like this awkward situation where I'm plus. Like, I have gone from neutral to get into the opponent's face, but, like, if I want to truly be safe about my pressure and, like, very risk-averse, I am now in kind of a bad guessing situation. It's not that bad. Like, the advantage is to you. The opponent has to, you know, you're more likely to be at success. The opponent has to guess with more precision in order to counter you or punish you for anything that you do here. But I would just like it to be like in 5, you just do a clean block string. You just do, like, Karen fucking stand short, crouch strong, stand strong, all tight frame traps the entire way through. You can confirm them on hit or counter hit or whatever, and then after they're done, you're back in neutral. You don't have to worry about anything. So, like, the fact that it's not that simple in this makes me uncomfortable. I don't like, I mean, I say I don't like, but it's just, that's what I can say. It makes me uncomfortable. I'm not used to it, and it's hard to adjust to this. And it's also something that, like, I think when people get better at reacting, because every fucking light in the game, almost every light in the game is minus. So if once people start to get better at reacting to a jab or something, and recognizing that it's not at a space where a rapid cancel is a threat, then all of these mixes and all of these, like, options between low medium kicks or 4-framers or 5-framers or whatever are going to become a much bigger part of the equation. Right now, it's just like a thing that I notice when I do a sequence and I do something that I know is safe, but then I can't walk backwards and the opponent just, like, mashes low medium kick or something. I notice it because I like to walk, and it becomes difficult to walk when you're constantly in the range of a low that they keep mashing. So, you know. So, anyways, so I could do jab into one of his specials, but it gets a little dicey about like what you can do off of it, and like each thing that you cancel into is punishable in some way if the opponent guesses right. Like, if you do a fireball, there's multiple ways of beating that, punishing it, react, perfect parry, and do a button. In fact, you can just do, like, you can just trade through it. If you have a normal, especially a knockdown normal with a good hurt box, you can just strike through it. Especially if it's off of stand jab and not crouch jab. There's a sizable gap there. This one is super, the heavy one. If they DI, that gets blown up. Or if they react and do like a projectile invincible or just invincible move, they react to the fireball startup, because his fireball startup is a lot longer than most other fireball characters. Or if I start to do these shenanigans, like, not, the numbers say that this is minus 30, which is obviously punishable. Minus 30 is a bad number, but I honestly think that's like the safest thing to do, because I think most players are not necessarily going to be... It's one of those things where it's like, you know how Ken... When Street Fighter V first came out and like players were like looking at Ken, like the frame data of Ken run canceling his normals, like doing low forward into V-skill run, and people are like, oh my god, the frame data, he's like minus 12. This is awful. But it's one of those things where it's just human behavior / reaction / whatever. The reality is you'll get away with it a lot of the time. So if I do this, most players are going to be thinking about the follow-ups, especially if you do the follow-ups, you know, with enough frequency or something. They're not going to be, like, that frequently thinking, oh, I have 30 frames to punish his backward movement all the way over there, you know. So that's technically not a tight string. To get that tight, you would have to do, like, something like that. Which, you know, value is limited, whatever. So you have some, like, weird shit he can do. I'm not a big fan of his sway bullshit. At least in, like, the context of this, but I also understand that it seems like it's kind of you're kind of encouraged to use it. Like, this is more or less what it's meant to be used for, is in this close range and off of cancels and stuff. It's just, I don't like the fact that it's pretty, both follow-ups are very free to DI. So if, and you can react to, now, obviously, you know, nothing's, whatever. If you do, like, maybe I'll put a delay, so it's more like they're reacting to the sway. More of a delay. Make it more realistic. So if I do a follow-up, both follow-ups lose to DI. If I do the movement thing, I actually can. It depends on how quickly they do it. But generally the forward movement is kind of goofy, but it does recover fairly quickly. It doesn't recover quickly enough that I feel confident in using it to approach and do like a throw or something, but it recovers quickly enough to make it safe to a lot of actions like that the opponent could take to deal with the other options, which is interesting. Anyways, yes. So yeah, if you just leave it at sway, it's not much of a problem. You can do the counter. Fucking hungry. I don't think I've eaten today. Too much Street Fighter. Okay, what's next? Right, so but all of this is still, of course, relating to this, like, the awkwardness of not having plus buttons in close range. So one thing that some characters have, and DJ is one of them, is one of the buttons that you can rapid cancel into has more range than the other. This one doesn't really have that much more range than, like, his other buttons. Like if you do like a crouch jab or something, it has more range than it looks. Some characters have slightly better ones, like Kimberly. Kimberly's low short, has a lot of range relative to her other buttons. So Kimberly can actually create block strings. I said that she couldn't, but she can actually create block strings that will push her back far enough that she's not that worried about low forwards, or at least most 7-frame normals or something in that range, and she can get back to neutral. But you have to do a light that has no chance of converting into anything. See, that's the thing, is if I do 3 crouch jabs, not only does that apply the pushback for me to get back to neutral, and I even have a couple different gimmicky cancel options if I wanted to go for it, to get even more pushback or have even more tools in this sort of situation. Not only that, it's just a sequence of frame traps that you can confirm off of. Light, 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 any of those hit, you're converting into a knockdown. So, but the difference is, if you end with a short, you're not converting that into anything. Counter hit, anything doesn't matter. You are only doing it just so that it will guaranteed push the opponent further away from you. So, for instance, if I'm in that awkward range with DJ, I'm going to do stand jab, crouch short. I'm not going to do this every time, obviously, because it kind of negates the point of being plus in front of the opponent's face. Like, end game, I do think that despite all of these weird, hyper-specific nuances of the close range, I do think that, like, in general, if you're plus, it is a risk. Anything you do is, like, kind of a risk and kind of leaves you open in this way or that way. I do think if you're at the advantage, you should probably take the risk that will apply offense rather than be hyper-risk averse. If you're going to do hyper-risk averse in this game, you're going to get nothing. Like, I would land this and be plus and then just do that, and if I get a counter hit or anything, I get no damage. That's nothing. If I block them and then they, like, reversal with, like, a button or something, that's what I'm getting. That's what I'm getting out of that. So, like, and then I have effectively given up my offense. I have not successfully discouraged them to stop hitting buttons, because even though I interrupted them with my 4-framer when I was +1, it is not particularly punishing or anything. It's just, like, the absolute safest thing you can possibly do that gets you back to neutral without any risk of low forwards or 4-framers or anything. But it is not, like, sustainable as a game plan to just do that hyper-safe thing. So, you will have to take risks and, like, leave yourself open in some way or another. Like, you will have to do, like, stand jab, crouch strong here sometimes because you'll be able to convert off of a counter hit if you get the jab counter hit, even though this is a -2 into a 6-framer, which can get blown up by a lot of things the opponent can press if they block the jab and then strike. But it's just like the risk you gotta take, you know? That's the rotation. You do that versus you do some fucking, oh, wait, I meant to do, 2, right. Is that a... Oh, no. I did it wrong. Crouch, medium kick, count 2, right, block, count all. Oh, right. Turn on. So this is what I meant, is sometimes you'll have to do these jab buffers where you do like a light into a rapid cancel, whatever, to catch a hurt box, and you buffer it. So these are all the options. You'll have to, like, rotate through and do different things and whatever. But yes, all of these I think are factors that will affect the pressure, because pressuring opponents in this game is not like in 5, where you're constantly plus and then you can walk forwards and then hit your plus normal at the right time to catch a counter hit or anything. You're not fucking plus in this game. So if you want to open the opponent up, you either have to like structure most of your offense around like big plus frames, like with DRs, raw DRs and neutral or something, like, come in with that and then go for a throw, and if it's teched, you're back to full screen. And if it's on block or anything, you have a perfectly safe, not fucking light-based string that you can do that has plenty of pushback. So you can do that, and now you're fine. You can easily walk out of low forward range there. I think. Let me test that. Oh fuck! I always hit that. Oh, wait, did I? No. Yeah. So, if you get to like start with your bigger stuff that has like target combos or anything built in, that's like. But sometimes, like, if you want to have every time that you're plus be off of one of these big moves where you can structure it based around mediums and heavies and stuff, with more pushback, so that you can do true frame trap sequences and fish for stuff and not leave yourself open at the end of it. But sometimes you will just have to hit lights. You know, you will have to use a 4-framer on block at some point, and then have to think about how to either make some offensive play or create the pushback to get out or beat the low forward. With buffers, with trades, with jumps, etc. Right, so anyways, I did want to like hyper specify this with Cammy, because I think Cammy, like I said, jumping over low forwards and other buttons that you can jump over in the close range off of -1 or -2s. So, for instance, actually let me do it with Luke, because I think I have the stuff set up for Luke. So Cammy has a couple of cancel options that she can put herself at minus in front of the opponent and then utilize. So, for instance, like these spin knuckles, right? You know, they're minus, but they're not in throw range minus. You're not immediately in a true mix. So, you know how in Street Fighter 4, there's like a very built-in... There's like a simple but effective, like, mix-up strategy of, like, Sakura doing low-medium kick into light Tatsu, and then on block, as long as it's spaced out a bit, she's -2, but she's not immediately within throw range, and then she has super fast walk speed, so if you just hold back, the opponent won't be able to really apply much offense. Like, they can frame trap her or whatever, but it's like they have to go for a low. They have to commit to like a low medium kick or whatever to stop her from just walking backwards. Or they have to commit to like a full dash up, which is, it gets into more nuances there and more open-ended complexities. But the point is, the main mix was that you would do light Tatsu on block and then walk backwards, and the main mix is either you do light Tatsu and hit crouch jab, which is 3 frames, which means -5 or -2 into a 3-framer, which means loses to anything 5 frames or faster, but low medium kicks are not 5 frames in that game. None of the low medium kicks are 5 frames. So the mix is either you walk backwards and then they can't do anything, or they hit a low and you have hit crouch jab and now you get a counter hit conversion because the low medium kick is too slow. So I believe Cammy can like do something like that in this game reliably, where you can do these spin knuckles or other things or like this, you know, block strings that leave you minus near the opponent, and she has a real legitimate mix between like a variety of tools that she has. Let me put on crouching medium kick for... So you can do these things, and then if they commit to the low medium kick, you can beat them like that. Like that. And like that. And here's the thing about that. You can option select it, sort of. Like, obviously, there's always going to be a risk to anything you do. Yada yada, shut up, I understand. But let's say it's a mix between this, crouch light punch and crouch medium kick. See? I'm doing the same input every time, but if he does crouch jab, I'm blocking. If he does low medium kick, I'm getting the perfect parry, because I'm walking backwards and then I hit parry at the time that the 7-framer would reach me. So if he takes his turn with like any faster button, because if he was going to take his turn, he would probably do it with a faster normal or something. I'm just gonna block. So anyways, that is like another aspect to this, is like buffering a perfect parry on the slower low-medium kicks whilst walking backwards. So walk straight backwards, anything. Obviously you can't, it's again not a cure-all, you'll have to rotate it out between your other options that beat lows. Etc. But so that is, like, I think, actually a particularly major mix. And that's the other thing, is that, say, let's do, like, a replay. So, for instance, the spin knuckle, that's, like, minus 2 or minus 3. Except the heavy one, which is a plus. But, like, these minus spin knuckles, they put the opponent at that shit awkward range. That dog-ass range where they can't do, most of them can't do a light sequence. For example, Luke, in fact, he can't even do crouch jab, crouch strong. It doesn't reach. So he can only get one crouch strong, which he can't confirm off of. So the only way for him to, like, hit a button that will be plus enough on counter hit, like if he wants to check you to assume you're mashing, he doesn't have the best tools in that situation, so he would have to do something even slower that reaches further. So yeah, it's just like the not ideal particularly situation for him. The light one is minus 3, the medium one is minus 2 for the spin knuckles, the EX one is minus 2. That one frame makes a huge difference in like the number of tools that the opponent can reversal with, and thus the number of tools that you can use against them. So the minus 3 against Chun-Li and Jamie, the characters with the 7-frame crouch medium kicks, is, you know, a different story, because they can do a low that is also a true check. I mean, it'll trade with lights, and they don't get anything off of a trade. They don't want to trade, so they would still have to do something else if they want to counter hit you, but like, it's just one of those things where it's just not a great, like, yes, you're minus, but it's not a great position for the opponent to do something to check you or, like, try to get a counter hit out of you. So they'd have to do something very specific just to try to convert off of a counter hit, assuming you're going to mash. Or they would have to do a low forward to assume you're going to be walking backwards, which you have a number of tools to beat, as we already talked about, with the buffered parry, that, and just hitting more buttons, which will beat low medium kick. So you are minus in front of the opponent, but you have so many options, and they are not in anywhere near as good of a situation as they really want to be when they're plus. Like you can just do this and then walk out, and it will be so fucking annoying for them, because they won't be able to get shit after you're minus in front of them, right? You're creating all these frame traps all day, and this is totally safe to DI. You know, if you do these cancels and stuff. It's not gonna be fun for them. I don't know any Kami combos yet. I've just been labbing, like, utility stuff. So yeah, I mean, it's gonna be interesting. But yeah, even if you do put yourself minus in front of the opponent, and they do have like a light sequence or something, who's a character with longer reaching lights? God, who even does? Okay, I'm not sure I explained it as best I could, but let me just demonstrate like this. So I have her doing the -2 into just mashing fucking 4-framer, because fuck it, who cares? So just YOLO in with Knuckle and then just keep mashing. What can Lily do to check, to take advantage of the plus frames after blocking Knuckle? Well, I can do a jab, which trades. Both of her jabs are 6-framers, so they only trade in this instance. I can do a 4-framer that whiffs, because her 4-framer is such short range. It will whiff in front of her if Cammy just walks backwards, or hits a different button. So my only true option to check this as a frame trap that is like guaranteed is low short, which converts into nothing, and is not special cancelable. So I either have to just buffer a light kick, like YOLO buffer a whiffed light kick, assuming they're going to put a hurt box into it, which, even if the Cammy keeps mashing, might not necessarily happen depending on which button she mashes. Or I do a crouch light kick that yields nothing and gets me nowhere. Oh, +4, can't convert, great, awesome. Fucking thing, I'll walk up in SPD, I guess. Or trade. So this is what I mean when I'm like, Cammy is minus, but it's such a shit range for the opponent. So, like demonstrating with Luke again, I can check it with my 4-framer. So these are my options. I can do 4-framer into jack shit. Can't reach any of these things I would normally convert my jab into. It's only +6, so it's not plus enough for me to convert into anything else. So, counter hit, but no combo afterwards if I check her. I'm too close to buffer the jab into this, and even if it did, it would, just like we talked about with Lily, you're whiffing you risk getting punish countered by like Cammy just throwing out a heavy punch or something, or even just a stand medium punch. So my only real option with Luke here is just take a jab that's +6 and I get no combo off of. I can maybe like go for a poke or something. Or cancel the jab into either Fireball, which will combo on counter hit, EX Fireball, which will not combo even on counter hit, that, which is unsafe on block, or DR, which is also unsafe on block, as we've already talked about, where if Cammy just reversals with, if you do this in a DR, it is reactably punishable just with a jab, unless Luke super hard commits to the hardest fucking read ever. Because remember, he would have to spend 5 bars on a super hard read, assuming that you're reacting to his thing and punishing his DR, just to land a single DP. He would have to spend 5 bars and risk getting a block DP just for that. So, not technically possible, but a really shit option. So, in this situation, Luke does not have great tools. Like, his seemingly most reliable tool in this instance would just be jab Fireball, but if you do that, that can also be interrupted by DIing the jab, DIing the Fireball, or 4-framering the Fireball, or perfect parrying the Fireball on reaction and then punishing. Fucked. It's a terrible situation. They are plus, and it is a god-awful situation to be in. But, like, yeah, the point is that if they want to do a counter hit conversion, they also have to take a risk, because, like, say, if DJ has to do, I don't even know if it'll reach, but, like, say, I go to recording settings, if I do a record, I record that, and then I have him block reversal with that. So, if I do that, and then I mash, I guess it depends on which button I press. I thought that, I guess it's only a punish counter that goes into, crouch medium kick. I fucking main this character and I can't remember specifically what his frame data is most of the time. Right, anyways, the point is that if they do a light into a medium, that is also a minus. That's a gap that you can exploit. So you can create these situations by moving in on your opponent at putting yourself minus, but at this awkward range, and then you have so many tools to beat their common actions that they're going to be taking. And that's just off of purely negative. That's not even including your actual normals themselves. For instance, if Cammy does like this... Let me go back to Luke. This is mostly theory. I've been meaning to lab more Cammy, but I've been tired today. So if he does stand medium kick after this, good 7-frame normal, lots of range. I mean, you can... That's the other thing about this game, is that, like, a lot of these tools, even the universal mechanics, are clearly meant to do this kind of scrappy infighting. Like doing a sequence that puts yourself negative in front of the opponent, and then fucking hitting, like, mashing out a DI. So, like, some normals, like Luke's, that's not special cancelable or super cancelable or anything, and it's a great normal, but it has, like, you know, that extra recovery in that way, so... It's susceptible to DI if you set him up. So yeah, you're obviously going to have a rotation of lots of different options. DI, again, if they do low forward into fucking anything, it loses to DI. And also, a nice thing about, like, DI is that you can do it if you, so say you do, like, the buffered parry or something. Or you, like, I don't know, you block sometimes. Say you do things that, like, or you walk away sometimes and the opponent has to, like, kind of go low or condition you, whatever. The opponent doesn't just want to, like, frame trap you all the time, right? They want to, like, they want to go in for the throw. Like, you're putting yourself minus, they have an opportunity. Most of the characters can only apply offense by going for the throw. So... One, you can beat the throw with Cammy by doing dive kicks. You can punish counter walk-up throws. You can backdash, although your backdash is fine. It's, like, fine, relative. Most of the backdashes are bad in this game, but hers is, like, whatever relative to the rest. What the fuck was I gonna talk about? What was I talking about? Right, one of the nice things about doing DI is that even though it's a risk, the fact that you can get thrown out of it can sometimes be a blessing in disguise, since it's just armor, because it's an okay thing to do against if you're also expecting the opponent might throw you, because if they throw you, you're not getting reversal DI'd. So you're just getting, like, whatever counter hit damage. But one of the other things that Cammy also gets in this, like, close range scrappiness of beating the opponent's options is this, her hooligan, which actually goes really fucking high over normals. So with this low medium kick, I can't forward jump because I'll get hit out of the air. I can't backdash because I'm -2 and it's 7 frames and it has huge range. Walk backwards, whatever, block it, but this goes over lots of normals. This will go over fucking anything that they reversal with. I mean, not anything, but it, and then you can react to the long recovery of most of the mediums and heavies in this game, and you can go for that, and if they stay blocking, you have a multitude of options you can go for. Oh, oops. Again, unsafe, but it's like this is like your rotation of repertoires of, like, counters and double counters and fucking level 3 Yomi. Anyways, that's why one of the things I've seen lots of people downplaying on Twitter. I don't care. I mean, like, some people are like, oh, stop whining about whatever. I don't care. I'm not gonna say any character is strong or weak. I don't fucking know. I don't know anything. But yeah. I mean. People can have fun. People can praise their character and gloat, or they can whine and be like, "Oh, fuck this." It's all cool. Everyone's having a good time. But I do think I've seen, like, some like one of the camps that seems to be being critical of their characters, Cammy, and I can kind of see why. Like, when I first took Cammy to the lab, my first thought was like, holy shit, her drive rush is nowhere near as good as I thought it would be. It's short and slow, and she doesn't have good normals for it. It's just not built in a way that it's like the best tools. Like, some characters have really good drive rush, raw drive rush tools. She does not particularly. But I do think, like, the weird NRS turn-taking close-range goofiness of having every normal be minus in close range, and Cammy's, like, sizable rotation of options that can beat a lot of that stuff, and has, like, way more, a plethora of nuances and, like, little, fucking dialogue trees of this route or this route. I think that is like an untapped gold mine of like potential strength of the character, right? Like, that is what the character seems to be good at. If I were to just guess, that is like what the design philosophy is. And this is included with the forward heavy kick option as well. But you can't get out of low forward range with this, but you can do, god damn it. Forward heavy kick to pull back the hurt box. Oh, come on. I keep forgetting to turn those off. You can jab, but it's not, if you do this into DR, it's, you can create a frame trap if they have no invincible option afterwards. So you can go for a jab, but that's going to be pretty free to DP. I mean, generally speaking, there's super, like, niche shit you can do against DPs. Like, YOLO shit like that only serves one purpose, but I don't know. I mean, you're already taking risks doing any of this shit anyways, so maybe this isn't the worst risk to take. It only works against some characters, though. Having something that hits 1,000,000 times. Actually, that's interesting. Hang on, motherfucker. Interesting. It only hits 2 times in the first rep. Hang on the fuck on. Jury's has to hit multiple times, right? Like, you can't DI through it, right? Oh wait, I forgot to turn it on. I'm too primed and ready for this weird tech shit. Oh wait, dude. Can't even pay attention. Huh. Is that fucking universal? I mean, it won't beat supers, but technically, if you're Cammy, you can dash forwards, and then if you wait for a super, I don't know. I mean, if you wait for anything, you're punishable to any button that they feel like hitting, DP or otherwise, because you can't block for a while. If you wait for the super flash, you can beat it with your own super with a EXDP, I guess, but so it'll not be great against supers, but you can probably do it in such a way that it's hard to react or be prepared to punish it with a super. If Jury does it with her super, what are the... Is her level 1 even... I don't remember if it's even invincible or not. Oh yeah, that should be DI. And she can still do that. Oh, it's range dependent. I guess if you're close, you can do it into, and it's probably character dependent too. Maybe, I guess it depends on how far back it hits. So that will go behind. I mean, it is fucking 5 bars for a risky play in the first place that could get punish countered. So you could just lose your entire drive gauge from full if you take a big risk on that. So I don't know if that's worth it, but Let's see, Kimmy's EXDP actually just gets blown up. Like, I can't time it in such a way that it wins. Oh, there we go. Okay. That was hard. Alright, back to... Interesting. So if I EXDP on after the Super Flash, it trades. Okay. Alright. Again, I don't know about the, but yeah, it actually, to my surprise, seems like DI will beat even the more multi-hitting ones, which is bizarre. See, this is what makes Luke's... This is just yet another reason why Luke is so good. Because his EXDP whiffs for such a shorter amount of time compared to everyone else. If you do this big, risky read... Only +4 if you do it as soon as physically possible. Only +4. It's occurred to me that I've never tested Blanca's reversal ever. Okay, that definitely loses to DI. Holy shit, that's even safer. -3? Blanca, you shouldn't have. Why is Blanca good in this? Oh, right, this shit. So the thing about this is after you block, you can just do the down. And mash that, and if they do something fake, like, Angry Bird, no, not Angry Bird, Big Bird on Twitter, talked about this back when the beta was out, that if you do, a button into Drive Rush, it loses to, if you don't make it a true block string, most of them lose to, EXDPs. They're all like 6 frames, right? Yeah. I think they're universally 6 frames. Some of them can be low profiled. Well, actually, they nerfed Kimberly's, so it's not a true DP anymore, but that one could be low profiled. Anyways, right, so Cammy does get a Stand Fierce into Drive Rush, and she can block a reversal, so she gets to do whatever she wants there. Which is nice. I don't think she can do... Yeah, if she does that, it's no good. She does that, no block. So with Crouch Medium Kick, if you DR cancel it, you have to do a 4-framer. Otherwise, it's going to be too slow. If I hit a 5-framer, it loses. If I don't hit a jab, if I try to block or something, it loses, etc. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't even know this one hits like this. I just assumed it was a multi-hit one because Ken's and other characters have multi-hit ones. But if it hits an armor, it actually acts like it was blocked and bounces off rather than continuing to do all the hits. I honestly didn't even think that it could beat the DR. The only difference is that when it bounces off, it recovers way faster than if it whiffs just like that. So, as you can see, even if I DI this, I'm not even plus enough to punish it. So... yeah, goofy stuff. But anyways, but one thing that Cammy can do, other than just being forced to always do the true block string, is that Cammy can do EX Spin Knuckle, actually, and it will, it's pretty good universally at slipping behind DPs. The only problem with this, incorporating this into your arsenal, is that this is a fucking 5-bar setup, just to bait a DP, so, just to bait a DP, and also, like, you don't get much of a punish off of it because you either have to just do a raw spiral arrow to punish it. Well, this one depends on the DP, right? Cammy's goes really far. Other characters' DPs, if I were to switch to someone else like Luke, let's see if Cammy can punish Luke's DP in this method without having to spend her 6th drive gauge. She can probably punish this no problem. Yeah. Still, it's 5 bar setup. It's... I don't know. Maybe it's a thing. I couldn't say. Couldn't say if it's worth it or reasonable enough to try for the value that it would get. For the value, because the only thing that this would provide is slightly more flexibility with going for raw throws or going for raw like fucking DR medium. But like her DR buttons are not that threatening anyways in the first place, and it's not like she can lock them down into a mix. It's not like she can do a DR move on block that forces them to block all the way to her hooligan mix. So I don't even know if she gets much value out of doing having the slipperier DRs. That being said, EX Spin Knuckle is still a decent tool on an opponent's wake-ups because it does beat a lot of wake-up buttons. If you're close enough, it will slip behind a lot of wake-up buttons and DPs. And it also beats throws, I think. So, it's an interesting tool. Etc. So for instance, in this instance, if she does like EX dive kick or something for say, you like want to delay tech the throw. At that point it'll get into the invincibility and it'll punish you the throw. If you do a delay jab, it depends on when you hit it. Yeah, if you hit it like there's a sweet spot window where it's still on the same side but she's passing through right then. So that is like the time when you'll be able to catch people like whiffing buttons. I don't know if the window is like significant enough or something that this will be that reasonable a thing, but it is like a cross up, and it is a pretty consistent throw bait. And like it will throw off people's button jab stuff. I don't know. It might be decent. Oh right, the thing I brought up the tweet that Big Bird mentioned, or Big Bird put out, because he was talking about the input method for buffering a DP against DR cancels like this. Because if the opponent does a DR to you, okay, this is basically the way it works. So if the opponent does like stand fierce, DR cancel into low, you don't have to hold down back to block the low. After you've already blocked the heavy punch, you just have to hold down any direction. So you can actually hold down forward here. I'm holding down forward. As soon as I block the heavy punch, I'm holding down forward. So what this means is that you can just constantly do this. As you can see in my inputs on the left, mash between down and down forward, and then mash out the DP that way. I was so confused. I'm fucking blind. I've been shockingly blind since I started playing this. Like, I look at a symbol, and I'll swear to God that it's the punch symbol, and it was actually the kick symbol all along. And I'll be like, I am absolutely fucking blind right now. But, so yeah, after you block something, you can just kind of mash the input for DP, and you're still safe to lows. So you can do that. Cannot be done with flash kick characters, obviously, in the exact same way, but because like you need the down charge, so you need to know you can't just continuously mash it. You need to know the one spot where it's free to do. But you can like buffer it as an input. And then if you block a low, then so be it. But that's one of the things that is why if you do it off of stand fierce, you can go into a low, which will affect the characters with flash kicks. For instance, I go to DJ. If she does the stand fierce, if I try to input flash kick here, I will get caught low. So, for instance, that actually gives her more freedom to do stand fierce into fake stuff. Well, that's already real off of stand fierce anyways, because she can already just block the DP. But imagine it wasn't. There are other characters that can do. Okay, let's do it off of medium punch instead, so that it will be better to demonstrate. So that, if I were to do it into a throw, that's fake, right? Or that's DPable. Because she can't do that would be fake against sorry, I explained it wrong. That would be fake against a character with a traditional input DP, but it becomes kind of real against flash kick characters. So if she does crashing medium punch into nothing, that's free. That's free. There's no, if she leaves any gap, that's a punish. Automatically. However, if she does it into a low, it's a true block string, so I can't DP it, or I can't flash kick it, but the fact that I'm inputting the up for the flash kick means that I get opened up low. So that's why having buttons that create true block strings off of DR cancels into a low is valuable for those specific matchups, like DJ and Guy. Because it lets you get away with way more like fake DR stuff that you would technically be fake against most of the rest of the cast. Obviously, you can still get away with a lot of DR stuff anyways, because it's very hard to. There's so many things operating on your mental stack, and you can't be ready for every technically punishable, technically nuanced fake thing in the game. So obviously, people are going to be getting away with shit that is technically fake all the time. But it is an element. That's something that affects flash kick characters. I mean, also the exact same logic applies to characters that don't have a. Actually, I don't know if JP can do his counter against. I mean, the counter wouldn't be a true because it doesn't have a strike follow up, so like it wouldn't be a true punish to any DR cancel. But like, let's say he does his like any character doing a level 1 super as the reversal, right? Which one is this? Right. So they could reversal with that, but if they do this, if I try to input the super while I'm in the block stun, I'll get caught low by the true block string with the low. I hope that made sense, cause I can't show you my my controller. I mean, I guess you can see my inputs. So it's fancy system they have. I do like the UI in the training mode. The only thing that confuses me sometimes is when the frame data bar at the bottom there, when it goes like when it completely fills up and then goes to the next page. I kind of wanted to see like the whole story, you know. I also do wish that it showed the cancel window for normals, super and special cancel window, but yeah. What have I forgotten? What have I forgot to mention I'm talking about in this? Okay, well, one thing with Cammy is that unlike I've only started, I don't know really like any combo routes or anything. Just started labbing the character in like a functional value sense, but I can definitely see why people think that she's weak, at least like looking at just the data points, you know? Like for instance, if I look at how does a character go from neutral to a knockdown, right? How do they get their offense started? Well, characters with fairly fast long-range dashes can dash in from neutral, so Luke has 19 frames, not the fastest, but it goes really far. It's fantastic. It's excellent. If he walks forward, he can check with a jab on normal hit. How can he get in other than just whiff punishes and buffers into DR or raw DR or anything? And he has a fantastic raw DR, which Cammy does not. But yeah, he can single hit confirm that. So if you poke in with that, you can single hit confirm it. Knockdown, you're in. If you get this, you can single hit confirm that into the follow-up. Not as much damage, but you know, you're in. You can single hit confirm that. You can jab in with that, and then on block you can cancel into regular or an EX fireball to keep it safe. And then on hit, you can do whatever. So that's going from neutral to poke and confirm to get in. You can do any button into EX fireball, and that's like that'll get a knockdown, and it's safe to DI and anything like that they could do. Yeah, and then on counter hit, he can get that into stand jab. On counter hit, he can get this, depending on the range, he can get it into itself, or walk up jab into, you know, whatever. He can get stand jab counter hit. And on normal hit, also the God button, you can do hit roundhouse, and if it hits on a meaty frame, or it gets a counter hit, or any or, you're super plus. If you recognize the absolute max plusness you can convert it into huge damage. If you get like +6 or +7 spacings for it. Like that, you'd be able to go. But, just to be safe, if you see it hit on, like, what is clearly a meaty active frame, you can confirm straight into the jab, go into whatever. So, those are all the ways that he can, like, I mean, he has other options, and, you know, you can poke in with this, knockdown on hit, you can poke in with this, you do the charge, the perfect, that's safe on block. So he has, you know, all these different options that he can go from neutral and get, like, a hit and then confirm on hit or counter hit or whatever is necessary to get the knockdown, get the combo going. So he has lots of tools. DJ, similarly, if I were to look at all of his options in neutral, how he can go from neutral to getting in. This on punish counter gets to full combo. If he pokes with medium kick and they dash into it, they've dashed into it, it's +6, so he can do like that. If he's close enough. If you get the meaty active frame off of this move, and they're standing, you can convert it into that. If you get a meaty active frame on stand fierce, same thing, you can convert it into heavy flash kick. If you get punish counter crouch fierce, you can do the simplest, easiest thing is just raw flash kick, but you can also do stand heavy punch, and then depending on the spacing, you'll be +4, +5, +6, or +7 or whatever. So generally, you can do that into like flash kick, or slightly closer, you can do like. So, very, very nuanced and dependent on what the proper conversion is on that, depending on micro adjustments of spacing for the heavy punch to hit at a meteor active frame. And Crouch Fierce forces standing, so it's not an issue. This will always work. But, yeah. So he can get in from that, from neutral. If he lands this on like a counter hit or something, going in, or a normal hit, or he can get in. If he does stand strong, he can hit confirm it into the second hit of the medium punch. It doesn't get him all the way in, but it's whatever. He can walk up and do jab into medium, and it's pretty safe if you do it at the right spacing. You can space it out, it's -6, it's at a good range. You can do that raw, and if it catches a hit, you'll get a knockdown, and it's pretty safe. You know, so you can do crouch medium kick, and it can be pretty safe. He has all these ways to, like, go from neutral to converting that don't even necessarily require counter hits or punish counters, or all, so lots and lots of options to work with, not even to mention hit confirming stand or crouch strong. Comparatively to these characters that have all these great ways to, like, go from neutral to landing confirms, Cammy, I don't know, man. Like, 0 hit confirmable moves. You can't hit confirm that. You can maybe, if you're really sharp, hit confirm crouch strong. It's like a 14 or 15 frame cancel window, as far as I can tell. I can't do it consistently. It does feel like it could be done, though. Maybe I'm just in an off day, but... So, you know, you can, like, look for pokes and then sort of context clue confirm it, but... Yeah, other than that, if she gets a counter hit on stand strong, she's good. But other than that, it's, like, kind of slim picking. She can get, punish counter on that into nothing. Just a knockdown. Obviously you've got you can buffer your moves into Spiral Arrow or whatever. Or buffer this into that. And then, yeah, what was I going to talk about? Right, other than that, you just have, like, moves that you have to go into DR, or throw out these and hope for counter hits, etc. You can poke in with these, and that's, like, fine, I guess. then other than that, like, the main neutral tools that she has to actually, like, go from neutral to confirming into a knockdown or something is, like, her dive kicks. Like, EX dive kick is, like, the main thing. It is the big thing that you can get a situation where you're good. You know, all these other things, you're not converting on hit, counter hit, punish counter hit, whatever. This is a big risk to throw out. It's very unsafe and doesn't have great cancel options to keep it safe, but it can go into that, you know, presumably. So, yeah. But the weird thing about the way Cammy plays in this game, and I did not play much Cammy in 4, you know, I was not in the scene enough to play against every character, you know, so I just played in my friend group with the small selection of characters that we played as, so I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about with 4, but, so I don't remember what Cammy was like in 4, but compared to 5, she's very different in this. She's very, at least, like, my assessment of her moveset would be that she's kind of more jury-like, like how, rather than just forward, rush down, I get the sense that she's more forward and backward kind of movement, because she has a lot of things that are more effective the further away you are. For instance, she has, like, her spiral arrows are more like dash punches in this. They can be spaced out to be totally safe. And every strength of them can be, like, spaced out. Oh, -1, whatever. So, yeah, it's, So, in a weird way, she can, like, play with the full screen and then has these full screen options. And then also has, of course, the hooligan options, where the charge hooligan especially goes super far forwards. So, to get, like, a real good baiting situation, it has to be done pretty far away from the opponent. If you do it, like, up close like this, you know, it's, can be more consistently anti-aired. But if you do it from here, you have more freedom to pick the range of your dive kick, so you can aim at the ankles. You have more freedom to bait out anti-airs. Like so. So, it's, I don't know, it's, the fact that you can do these as pokes is just, a very different way of thinking about the character than what I'm used to. So, in that sense, perhaps those are her primary neutral tools, is doing this shit and doing fucking dive kicks. Doing dive kicks, doing hooligan into stuff. I think the reason why she feels a bit weaker in the neutral is because she's much more mixy on offense in this game. In 5, she's very good on offense, but it's just throw. You just fucking throw. Whereas in this, she has all of these, mix routes or whatever. So you can mix up the opponent with that. Tons of set play. You can bait out, if they try to DP you, you can bait it out with the fast falls. Depending on the plus frame. So, like, that one's pretty safe. Only -4 on plus frame. It's better. If you do the EX one, it's even better. So you can do that and whiff, and you're only -1. So you can bait out DPs and be totally safe to other options. And the great thing about this is that unlike other characters that have, like, sort of built-in mix-ups that are overhead and low, this is overhead and high-hitting throw. And the reason why that's important is because you can parry an overhead low mix-up, but you can't against a throw. So this will punish counter if they try to parry. You can't actually... You don't have an easier way to escape the mix-up that just has to be individually baited. The built-in part of the mix cannot be avoided via parry or drive impact. So compared to other characters, that is a major difference. Even Kimberly, right? Even Kimberly, if she does her bomb mix-ups, let me actually demonstrate this. Even Kimberly, who does have, like, throw built into her bomb mix-up, obviously, it's a strike-throw mix primarily. Do I have her set up to do it? Okay, no. Even Kimberly, who is primarily strike-throw based in this mix, if they wake up parry, and it punish counters them, it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't really change anything. So this, let me demonstrate the damage. Normal throw. I fucking touch the... Come on. I almost brain farted on that. I haven't fucking touched this character since the beta. 2265 damage on that, compared to... $2,464. Slightly more, but it's like not that significant because, like, here's the funny thing is that her normal punish counter. Oh, come on. Her punish counter on her throw does 1838 damage. That's what she gets for punish counter on the throw. However, the second hit of the throw is what does most of the damage, not the first hit, when they hit the ground. Now, that hit doesn't happen if they juggle off the bomb, which means that the major damage increase that you would normally get from the fact that it's a punish counter doesn't actually happen. So that's why it's basically the same damage either way. But that will not be the case for Cammy, at least in her normal, the non-EX, like non-launcher versions of her Hooligan, because the throw will just flat out do the full extra punish counter damage from being a punish counter. If that makes any sense, if I've clumsily explained myself. Right, yeah, so, I don't know, I'm very, I'm having goofy thoughts. I'm having dangerous, silly thoughts about the actual fucking overall strategy and method to play this character and what might be most effective. In raw spiral arrows and just constant mix and knuckle shenanigans. Kimmy does have one thing that... Okay, so if you do... what else do I have to contribute so far? I think I don't even remember if I talked about this in this fucking video. I'm so, not mentally sound right now. But, block after first hit. No. Wait, it's off of, like, more... Off of... I honestly forget the setup, but... Oh. No, I guess it must not be that, then. Oh, no, I think it's a button into that. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So, Donkey Kick and Light Tatsu have the same frame data on knockdown, so you can do it off of either of these. You can do, jab into Light Fireball, and it's +2 as a meaty setup. This is important. I actually haven't labbed this on Perfect Parry. Let me just do this really quickly. If she does Perfect Parry into here, it says -14. I'm certain that she can punish it. And it will be like a normal Perfect Parry punish. Anyways. Okay, so I just wanted to check that. So yeah, he can do Meaty Fireball off of a number of his knockdowns in the corner. It'll combo on hit. It's a pretty plus on hit. What was the point I was making? Right. Supers. Lots of characters as invincible moves, like characters that either don't have a purely invincible DP, or are flash kick characters that might not have charge, although that's not entirely relevant in this situation, or characters that have an invincible move, but they're at low drive gauge and they don't want to spend the 2 bars to do an EX reversal. Because it might put them in burnout or close to burnout or something. So, if characters are waking up with supers instead of DPs, or if they don't have DPs, etc., and they just have supers, a lot of the invincible reversal supers in this game are strike invincible and throw invincible, but they are not projectile invincible. So if we come in here to this fucking asshole... Oh wait, no, I didn't mean to... No, Ryu on him... JP here. Right, so he does his fucked up EX amnesia. He does that, and then he's like +6, and he can combo you to death. He can get like the fanciest combo ever off of his reversal. It's kind of absurd. So that's hilarious. But, important thing about EX Amnesia, and also, I believe his level 1 super as well. Is this his level 1? No, it's his level 3. So that's strike and throw invincible. You can reversal with that. But it's not projectile invincible. Eat shit. Same thing with his EX parry. You get a meaty fireball setup going, die. Die. Suffer. Die. I hate you. So, meaty fireball setups. Not a lot of the characters have them, it seems. Ryu gets very consistent ones. Most of the rest of the cat... You can do, like, I was trying to lab just a couple. Like, Luke can do an EX... a meaty EX fireball in such a way that it's 0 on block. In the corner. Other characters... I don't know. I'm certain that Jury can't. Jury gets meaty fireballs very easily. But, DJ gets meaty EX fireball, so that's great. His EX fireball is insanely good. But, he has to be at, like, precise spacings and timings to be able to get meaty, medium fireball. And the heavy one doesn't even matter. It's, you can't. It's not effective in that way. Actually, funny thing about DJ in the counter hit system that this game has, where multi-hitting moves maintain the counter hit, is that if you actually did meaty heavy fireball with DJ and it gets a counter hit because he wakes up with super or something, it would be +5 because because the counter hit carries over to both hits. So yeah. But anyways, I mean, it's still not as ideal as other characters' meaty fireball setups like Ryu, because if he does point blank heavy fireball, it's not punishable, but you know, it's like -3. It is what it is. I'd rather do an EX. I've barely labbed Guile, kind of out of spite. I don't really want to lab him, but I'd imagine that he can get a meaty fireball. I'll check out Chun right now. Chun and then Dalsum. I haven't labbed Dalsum, not out of spite, but just because he's like weird and different, and probably doesn't interact with the systems in the exact same way as most of the cast, and I've just been trying to get like these broad, overarching senses of how the game works. Anyways, right, meaty fireball, okay, startup is 15 frames. So what's... That's 33. 33 also. 29. Her jabs are 13 frames, 17, 15 frames. So that would be 17. She can do better than that. So 13 frames. So it'd have to be more plus than that. So above 33. So 37. That's 13 frames. Is there, like, let me try 15. Plus 3. I don't know. Her fireball comes out, like, pretty... When it appears, it's already pretty far in front of her. I don't know if she'll be able to get a good meaty fireball setup that's not EX. Maybe she can get EX. I don't know. It doesn't seem great for this. But it's already plus anyways, right? So... Most of the back charge, all the back charge projectiles are the EX versions are plus, unlike the motions projectiles generally. Actually, I wonder if Dalsim's projectile is plus EX on block. I actually don't know. Most of the other characters aren't, but I assume that his is. It's not. It's not. It's -3. Look at that. Okay, but right, meaty fireball setup. 18 frame startup. $22 frames. Yeah, okay. Alright, block after first hit. So slide into fireball. 0 on block. You might be able to do one better. See, that's 18 frames. 20 frames. Do the frame data change? Is one of them, like, significantly better? Recovery. Recovery 52. Medium is 52 overall. Oh, wait. No, it's because the move. Okay, it's one of those weird things. I think they're all the same. No? I just did the same move point blank, and one of them said total frames 51, and one of them said total frames 52. What the fuck? Okay, whatever. They seem to be consistent. Anyways. Lock after first hit. Does he have a +1? There we go. Alright, medium fireball, +2. I'm so bad at recognizing when moves have finished. Fuck. Alright, there you go. Meaty fireball setup, +2, beats supers that are not projectile invincible, so a lot of the level 1s, and we'll beat JP's fucking parry. What was I gonna talk about next? I've got some DJ tech, I guess I haven't, Okay, a couple of things that, I haven't seen other DJ players on Twitter talk about. His flash kick is insane. Okay, one of the most basic tools, I'm sure, actually, DJ players are aware of this, but huge damage off of anti-air with medium kick. With medium flash kick. Very, very good, very consistent. You anti-air shit. It's great. It's fucking awesome. Love this dude. Things that I haven't seen players talking about. Okay, now I'm not, like, a very common thing, and that I am not the biggest proponent of. I understand, and I'm not criticizing it, but it's just, like, not a thing that interests me as much, and I find it kind of tedious to lab. I am not as familiar with, like, the max damage routes that other people are finding. I don't know how much fucking damage this dude can land in any combo. Like, I know the corner sequence that goes, like... what the fuck was it? that, and you can do that into a level 1 super, etc. So I know there's like juggle routes that I'm not even big brain enough to do yet, because I haven't labbed it that much. Honestly, he does so much damage anyways, I don't even care. Like, what do I need? I need that, and then I'm good. But as for utility stuff that I don't think as many other people have seen, I did see one crazy Twitter clip I thought was the nuttiest thing ever. I think you can only get it off of certain juggle proprieties. Like, I think you can get it off of that. I think it's the medium punch, He can fucking just loop that over and over and just get corner to corner carry. Which is awesome. I love that. Let's see. Okay, so some of his Oki, he gets like a knockdown, but then he has to dash up or drive rush up. But I like also the option to do corner carry like in the form of flash kick into it, so that you can do the flash kick near the end and then do a meaty projectile, because meaty projectiles, not all the cast have them. Ryu has a really good one. Ryu has a particularly great meaty light fireball in the corner he can do off of a lot of his stuff. The great thing about meaty projectiles that are plus and you can combo off of on hit is that a lot of invincible supers in this game are strike invincible and throw invincible, but they're not projectile invincible. So, for instance, JP's fucking stupid counter thing, his amnesia, whatever, EX amnesia. If you meaty with a fireball, it doesn't counter fireballs. You land the hit, you combo him. He's fucked. So I like meaty fireball setups in particular. Other things I've not seen posted by the other DJ. Obviously, most DJ players know about his side switch routes. You can do very easily most of his confirms. I've learned a lot of matchup specific stuff. I don't want to get into too nitty gritty on matchup stuff in this video. But one very major important thing is that his crouch strong is hit confirmable. If I put them on random, randomly hit or randomly get blocked, you can hit confirm it into DR for huge damage and corner carry. You can, so in any of those situations, I think I'm not good enough in the footsies yet in this game and my understanding of it to like even do it that well, but as far as I found, there's not a lot of hit confirmable mediums in this game. You've got like heavies and stuff. Ryu and Ken get their stand heavy punches. They're very lenient on the cancel window for that. Not seen a lot of hit confirmable other than target combos. You can hit confirm a lot of the target combos like this one. You can hit confirm. Yeah, I think that having a 6-frame normal that you can react and get stuff like that off of, it seems pretty good. I think I want to train more so I get better at that and incorporate that more, because that's fucking awesome. More DJ stuff. Okay, one general thing, and I know this is not new or whatever, people are aware of this, but when you're like constantly applying pressure to your opponent, and you're like getting conversions that when you're using meter to apply pressure, or you know, like do a big combo that like puts you down to 1 or 2 remaining drive gauge bars or anything, it can be obnoxious to try to deal with drive impacts, because you have to spend a bar to do it, and then you don't have meter left for the conversion afterwards, and then, you know, you can maintain it, but it can be It depends on the character whether or not you have the anyways, the point is that you build a shitload of drive gauge back for parrying them. So if you can react with it, sometimes you might want to react with parry, not get the punish, just get the thing. Or the most important level up thing is getting the perfect parry, because it refills your like 2 bars. You get 2 whole bars. I think maybe 2.5 bars or something. You get the full thing that you would normally get for parrying it. And then you can do a combo or whatever. You can do like a combo that's more focused on the Oki situation afterwards or something. But yeah, it's just another tool in the arsenal to rotate between punishing DI with DI, reverse DI, counter DI, which you do most of the time, or punishing it with parry or attempting a perfect parry to instantly refill basically all your drive gauge. As for more DJ stuff, he can do this really, this EX Fireball, like, when he's in the corner. Well, his Fireball in general can be, you know, in the corner when you don't have the pushback. You can get, like in this range, you can do medium 1, and it's like +3 at this range, and then you can poke in with stuff. You know, he can be at spacings where it's plus. Even the heavy one will be less plus, but you can get it to where it's plus. And, etc. But the EX one, especially, is if you do, like, block strings that whiff. If you do it, you know, right next to your opponent, it's +2, which is fine. It's totally great to have an EX move that leaves you +2. But he has another option as well in whiffing it. Doing a string that whiffs it in front of the opponent, because there's almost nothing that they can do on reaction to this move. There's, here, let me, like a flash kick character, and DJ or Guile would be able to do this without having to do a weird complex input, and without being in a situation where you can safely buffer it, because you can't. But, basically, safe to DI, even if you do it like point blank or anything. The entire move is just completely safe to DI. You can't, because it's a multi-hitting move, you can't really perfect parry it into anything. If you do perfect parry and try to hit another thing, you'll eat the hit. If you try to double perfect parry, if you try to double perfect parry and you succeed, you're still minus. You're -1 actually in that situation. And the main value of this is that oh, and also if they press any buttons into it, it is just a wall of pure hitbox. There are some moves, like if Guile were to set this up, you know, you would be able to use a move with a good hurtbox in front of his Sonic Cross or whatever he's setting up. This is all hitbox, no hurtbox. It is just a wall of evil. They cannot jump over it. Well, they could jump if they jumped preemptively off of, like, because he can only really do this off of lights, unless he does it raw right in front of the opponent. But yeah, you can't forward jump this on reaction. The hitbox is just too massive. It will catch you. So yeah, he has this 10-frame startup move. Remember, the actual first strike is 10 frames, and after that first strike comes out, it is all upside. So with the speed of like a poke from this range, he can just get a pure I win neutral button in the corner right there. That is like +12 on block, and when he's +12, he can do whatever, you know. So if you do like if you do it like close like that, +10. You can go in for pressure. The benefit of doing this instead of doing it point blank with the +2 is, even though you have to walk further forwards to get to range of, like, to get into throw range, it just gives you being that much more plus gives you way more freedom of options, way more potential. So yeah, this thing is brutal up close like this. And the other thing is that when you're +12, which you are at like this spacing or further. So the jab sequence into that, you're always going to be plus 12. Unless they poke into it, in which case they die. The benefit of this is that universally, across all the cast, DR into 4-framer as fast as possible is 15 frames. So you can do that, and keep up the pressure like that. You get the DR option, you get even more potential for mix routes. You don't have to do that, you can just walk up and take your pressure as well. Go with mediums, jabs, whatever. Lot of like concepts, a lot of routes, a lot of possibilities for utilizing this tech. If you do the raw DR, that is technically punishable if they have a reversal. And in that close range, DJ doesn't reasonably have a way to safely avoid a reversal. If he's fighting against someone who has an easy reversal input, like a flash kick, then it would be, and they're knowledgeable about the situation, then they can react to that and punish. Because, like, he won't be able to sway backwards far enough. So, yeah, and the fact that he doesn't have flash kick as well while he's DRing means... But anyways, realistically speaking, though, you'll be able to get away with this. But also, you don't even have to, because he has plenty of other options off of this. It's just another tool in the arsenal. But yeah, I think the plus 10 is better than the plus 12, like doing this string. More reward on counter hit if you use a meaty, and like the closer the plus 10 is the ideal, because you can go for a throw without getting jabbed out. Following up on that, you get also, if you set yourself up in such a way that you get a counter hit, or especially a punish counter on his double fireball, because it carries over the counter hit extra frame data to the second hit of it, which also includes travel time. You know, it also, like, the further the fireball hits, the more plus it'll be. So you can do a jab here and get a counter hit, and then it'll be universalized because it doesn't matter how early the first fireball hits, because the second fireball will always hit at the exact same time. So you get a plus 8 here, which you can go if they're crouching. Here, let's have them do a crouch light punch or something. So a punish counter on that. What can I reach with? So you just get a knockdown there, but on the standing you get a counter hit or punish counter. You get flash kick. If they do a normal, like this will happen sometimes, so if they do a move that juts them forward really quickly, there's not a lot of moves that move you back particularly quickly, but there are quite a lot of normals that if they try to poke out of a frame trap sequence or something, they will be significantly closer to you when you get the counter hit. So there's like weird, unique circumstances where you can confirm off of that in unique ways. But so for instance, if you get early hits on this, are worse for the medium one because it's only one hit, like I said. So if the fireball hits a hurt box right as soon as it comes out, it's worse. But like I said, the heavy version is universal, because even if the first fireball hits the instant it comes out because it's hitting an extended hurt box, the second fireball will travel all the way to their body. So you'll always be plus 8 on counter hit like that, no matter which normal they poke out with. But that is not the case for the EX, because if whatever they do puts their hurt box into it before it gets like the juggle state version of it, they'll stay grounded, and it's actually not that plus. You have to get flash kick, and very specific certain normals will crouching normals will also put them into this state where plus 7, you can't really necessarily do that much off of this. The great thing about DJ is that his level 2 is like one of the best supers in the game at rebuilding meter while you're doing it in a combo. You get like even if you've already spent meter in the combo, you can get like 2 bars back or more, or just through the combo itself, not even anything after you do after. So that's pretty good. Anyways, one other piece of little goofiness. Just messing around with no, not that one. This one, I think. Ironically, Lily has an advantage utilizing this tech because the tech is based on close range. You want a light that will whiff in front of the opponent. And the reason why is because you can trigger the. You can bait the parry follow up by striking in front of it. If you strike in a way that it will not reach Marisa unless she does the parry, like so. At this range, if I just hit light kick and she does nothing, it'll whiff. You can do this to bait out the parry and then auto buffer it into a DI to counter it. Obviously not foolproof. You're whiffing a light, and also if she hits a jab afterwards, your jab will win because it'll catch the extended hurt box, but then you'll be canceling into a DI, which they could react to the situation and counter DI. But it's an option against her armor move. Any other character specific stuff? I mean, I've been messing around with Lily. I've only played online with DJ so far. But yeah, I will be doing Lily in the future, but one of the things I've been messing around with is, okay, 2 things. One, I fought a couple Lilies online, and they all do, like, crouch heavy punch into this, and they all die. This is one of the things I labbed with her before I did any matches online, and, because I wanted to play Lily. This is pretty fucking fake. This is very, very reactable. The animation for the cancel is extremely prominent. What are the moves? 23 frames on startup. If you do it from a cancel where it's very easy to look specifically for that move, and it's not like she has other shit that she can do off of it. Crouch heavy punch is like her best thing, where if she spaces out like this, she can do like the light whatever, and it's like +1. If it's spaced out like that. And it's a true frame trap. They also can't DI that, which is nice. But, so you would have to do, like, stuff like the EX, or you could do, DR into crouch strong into this, and that's a true block string. Here, let me block count 1 to demonstrate. So you can do it into the EX, and that's a true block string. Or you can do that into the medium, and that's a true block string. Which I haven't played the character online yet, but I'm going to do a lot of this when I play Lily, because I think that makes the most sense for ways to stock wind. 1 bar, you get this fucking huge range thing that clears a lot of space very easily. Yeah, so that's what I'm gonna do to safely get stocks, relatively safely. You can cancel it really late, too, and it's still, like, you have a lot of time to see what's happening. Obviously, it's still a risk against a DI, but, like, if you DR and you see that they're going to DI or something, especially because DI, most of the DIs, like, the body lunges forward really quickly, there's a greater chance that the first hit of the crouching heavy punch will actually connect with their DI. Because it'll move into it. You'll have that. I've had that instance a lot where I do, like, I'm playing DJ and I'm hit crouch strong and I'm trying to buffer it into one of his specials, but then I accidentally, because DI lurches forwards, I end up buffering crouch strong into a special that gets me killed because it hits the DI and then I get blown up. So that's funny. That's a thing. That'll be a thing that I'll have to structure the neutral play of buffering around. But yeah, I think that makes it, like, it's so much safer and probably more important to do your bufferable normals, buffer them into DR rather than a special, because a lot of if you buffer it into a special, it leaves you a lot more susceptible to getting DI'd in neutral. Right. The other stuff I've been... Right, anyway, so this, very easy to react to. Doesn't matter how late you react to it with the DI. So long as the DI comes out, it will not recover in time. It's fucked. Now, I did not know this. I only realized this while messing around today, that you can actually hold... I knew that she could hold the light version of it, right, to store up stocks, because the light version is just this, 47 frames to get a stock. I didn't realize you could hold the medium and heavy versions too, and then just release the strike whenever you want. Now, this doesn't make it any safer from DI, but it does create an interesting situation where if the opponent reversals with a... So if you do this, it's a free DI, very easy to react to. I was fucking blowing people up with this, because Lilies constantly did this. Every Lily I fought was doing this, and they were dying. Very risky thing to do. Very easy to beat. But if you hold the wind stock, you actually don't get... If you hold the wind stock, you just get counter hit, because you're technically still in the startup of an attack. So... you can get a wind stock, you'll still get hit. There's literally no way for you to avoid getting hit by the DI at that point, but you can take like a lot less damage and still get the wind stock out. That's another funny thing that I've considered in with which character was it? It was somewhere a character in the beta. Who was it? I think it was Jury. Right. I was looking into like tools against drive reversal. So like if you drive reversal, if you do a normal into drive reversal, you can't block in time to block it, but you can. This was before I realized that you could just fucking DP them. But DPing them is also risky, but mainly you can like super them is the main thing. As long as you do it late enough. You have plenty of time to react, but you have to like do it later. Plenty of time to react. It's just like kind of mentally weird and difficult to buffer that, but also do something if nothing happens. Like take an action. Like a strike or a throw or something. But anyways, yes, so there are plenty of ways to beat drive reversal when you do it as a cancel like this. But one of the things that I had theory crafted was doing it into getting the stock move. Because if you see the flash and you see that you're going to get knocked back, you can just input the stock special and you'll be counter hit out of it, but it'll still give you the stock. See? I'm up to 1. That being said, I thought it was a clever idea at the time, but now I'm not even sure if it's much of a thing, because I'm pretty sure if you're reacting to the fucking driver reversal anyways, there are plenty of other ways to beat it that are more valuable. Also, you can hit confirm her Lily's stand jab, because it takes a while and it's like +6 on hit. So random, yeah, okay. I get a wind. All right. So this is an offensive sequence concept for Lily. So I've put together. I was already talking about like the goofiness of kind of doing this kind of shit. Against certain characters, see, Lily has an advantage because, one, she has super long-range 6-framers, which most characters do not have a 6-framer that is this far. 2, she can end her light sequences at -1, not -2. And 3, her 5-framer, her longest 5-framer in EX, command throw, is quite a bit longer than quite a lot of other characters in the cast. So if you did, like, say, this into that, a lot of characters' 5-framers will whiff at this range, but EX will still hit. So even though you're -1, you're still at dominant range relative. Now, this will be character dependent and stuff. Some characters will have a 6-framer that reaches you and pokes you out of it. But you can still sort of apply that pressure on block. Now, here's the sequence. So, once they blocked it, if they block, like, the first part of it, you can do light kick, crouch jab, or stand jab. It doesn't matter. Crouch jab has a couple of other things that I want to demonstrate, and I think crouch jab might be the sequence to go for instead of stand jab. Previously, I was looking at stand jab because stand jab is 1 frame more plus at +6 instead of crouch jab, which is +5 if you just leave it as it is. But I think there's more utility in the crouch jab route. So if you get that, and they move or hit buttons or something, that's the confirm off of that. If they block the second one, done, or you can reset them. Oops, I meant to do, yeah, block 3, not block 2. So you can confirm off of that. So if the second hit gets a hit or a counter hit, you can confirm off of that with meter or with wind. One thing I will say, her crouch light kick sucks. It is, like, completely fucking worthless. It is so bad, and I would never use it in any of these sequences. I would rarely ever use it. It's, like, if you do this with crouch light kick instead of, like, one of her jabs, you can't even combo off of this with wind. Yeah, it's not worth doing. You just do the jabs. You don't even need to really stop them from walking backwards anyways. It's not like you need to walk up and throw them. You're a command grab character, so all you have to do is just be in... So, it's all about the command throws and the frame traps. So, you can convert all of that shit, depending on, like, your resources. It is worth it to spend the 2 bars just to get the knockdown and stuff in that situation, definitely. You could also technically, if you wanted to, there's, you can confirm it into something else. You can go into the uppercut or whatever. Right, but anyways, the interesting shit comes right after. So if we get to block 4 count, yes. That is where it gets interesting. Hitting the stand jab at the end of the sequence. Because remember, you're still in command grab range here. They still have to guess at this range. So, if they try to jump or backdash the final stand jab, this is where it gets interesting. Now, without wind, with wind it's free. With wind, this is the most brain dead character ever, because you can just loop this shit forever. It's fine. But without wind, you still have some interesting options. So if you get that +6 at this range from this sequence, doubly so if you get the +8 from a counter hit, you can do Crouch Fierce in this range, and the opponent will not be able to challenge you or escape. You can confirm the hit of the jab, which is, I already talked about, and then Crouch Fierce, and there's 2 options you can do. You can do Crouch Fierce into DR, which, if the opponent is going to say, like, jump or backdash or something, like, let's say, fucking back jump. They want to jump away from the command grab, back jump after 4. Wait, no, back jump after taking damage, I should say. Back jump after taking damage with the block count at 4. That makes more sense. You will hit them airborne. If it's a counter hit, if they challenge you here, That's pure lockdown. There's nothing they can do. So, and even if you do it all on block anyways, if they just sit there and block after they get hit by the stand jab, it's great because this is mix. Crouch Fierce into Raw Dry Brush is mix. This is one of the ones that's plus enough that the opponent cannot just reversal DP and blow through it, right? So, well, she doesn't have a true DP, but you can do this and then block and be able to block an EXDP is what I'm saying, which means that all of the options you can do afterwards are completely legitimate without even having to make them a true block string. You could make them a true block string. You could go for a jab or a delayed medium kick or something, and you can get it to be a true block string. You could go... if you go straight into this, this is precisely timed so that it will catch... It's not a true block string, but it will catch any action. It's a true frame trap. But I don't like it because it's only +2, and like you can be closer to the opponent. But it is another completely viable option that you can convert off of. But yeah, Crouch Fierce into DR on block is pure mix. All the options you get off of it are legitimate. Now, if you hit them out of the air, we'll have to set this all up again. There's a variety of things you can do. You're not going to get reward for it, but it is mix. And mix is all you're after anyways, because you were doing Crouch Fierce on block. If you're going to do it on block, you can also do it on hit. So, you know, force mix. It is mix. And if they air flip out, you're slightly more plus, and you can do some other stuff. Like, I believe you can just go straight into the overhead, and it's timed to be a meaty right when they land. Yeah, you can do some other stuff like that. So you have the option to do, when you land stand jab in these frame traps or in this sequence, you can then do Crouch Fierce and jail them, force them to mix, force them to guess. But you can also do Crouch Fierce into this EX move, which on block is nice because you get a wind stock. So if you're running low on wind stocks, it might be worth it to do that instead of doing the dry brush. But here's the thing. Here's the great thing about this. If they air flip out, all you have to do is hold this down. So you just do this and then input it and hold it. And if you see that they got hit, you just release it so it does the attack. If you see that they got air flipped out, you just keep holding it so that you don't commit to the attack. So that would look like so. So that is like, I think, the routing of the mix, the baseline core fucking awesomeness of the mix. And if you have 2 or 3 wins, this just becomes complete brain dead stupid town. And remember, when she has wind or meter, you can single hit confirm her jabs. You can single hit confirm. So with that all sort of put together, jab on hit, lockdown into jailing with the Crouch Fierce, I think that's when it really opens up. Wait, what? Oops. What the fuck? That's so easy. How did I not... Must have, like, slipped my testing or something. Okay, yeah, you can single hit confirm just a single hit of Crouch Fierce and Stand Fierce. Stand Fierce is a little tighter of a reaction. Oh god, I always get antsy looking for it, but yeah, it's reactable. God damn it. My thumbs are just over E there. It's not hard to react to, my fingers are stupid. There we go. Alright, yeah, you can single hit confirm Stand Fierce and just one hit of Crouch Fierce, just by itself. Okay, if you're this far out, and if you late cancel it, light does not reach in time. I guess if you're gonna late cancel it, yeah. If you late cancel it, medium does not reach either. So you would have to do that, or do that. How plus are you when you do this? Alright, yeah, you can get that. You can get that. Which does more damage, this or Stand Fierce? Oh, Crouch Fierce does. Yeah, it's whatever, you know. Yeah, cool. Alright, I mean, a lot of people have been saying that Lily's pretty weak in this, but I feel like, it's like impossible to, again, this is one of those things, I feel like it's impossible to measure the sheer fucking obnoxiousness of just doing that shit over and over. And it's also impossible to measure having an incredibly long-reaching heavy that confirms into knockdowns is safe to DR, that gets you into point-blank range for that easily, that can't be true punished with anything. Also having a level 1 super that can react and beat drive reversal. It'd be slightly better, or at least she'd have slightly more tools if this was invincible, which it's not. But yeah, I think like the fact that that's single hit confirmable is like pretty nuts. Actually, I've also even back when we were playing the betas, I was messing around with this against Guile. Is like, since Guile doesn't have that many cancelable normals, I was messing with like, and his normals have more recovery. They have like heavier hit stop and block stop and stuff. I was like, there's a lot more normals with Guile that are just guaranteed, you know, drive reversalable, so might be a valid way to play against him. Taking guaranteed knockdowns on some of these. Especially if you parry one of his normals and then do it, it's like you kind of build some of the meter back anyways. Let's see. Yeah, you can make that whiff by doing... I wonder if you can either option select this or react this. Like, make it so that you go into that on block, but you hold it down on drive reversal, or... Huh. I don't know if you would be able to option select it or do anything like that, because it's one of those things where, like, the thing that you need to react, it's already happened, you know, so... I don't know. If I delay it that much... If I have block count 1... Yeah, no, it's not a true block string anymore. It needs to be a true block string or else it's fucked. Like, technically, you can bait out a DI by doing this by itself, and, like, they would have to do a very dedicated punish to punish the -18, so they would have to expect for you to not release it after a slight delay, but even still, it's like... It's so much safer to just take the true block string that gives you the win stock. I'm trying to delay the special, so maybe it'll come out, like, after... And this is the soonest that the drive reversal will come out at 0 frames, so... I don't know if it works like this. I don't think you can option select that. I mean, you can do this shit that I talked about, where you can delay this, or you can hold it down so that if there is a DI, you just get counter hit rather than punish countered. And if you have level 3, you have the option to... So if I put him to do reversal on block, DI... and then have it do random to do nothing. Right. Get the fuck off. What's your level 3 input again? God. I forgot how late it comes out. Yeah. Okay, so you can hold it down, and then if there is a DI... Unfortunately, there's no way to just stop the commitment to the move. So it'll have to come out at some point. And the longer you hold it down, the less options you have, because at a certain point, it'll just have to come out after the max... That's just a fuckload of damage, holy shit. So I guess... to bait it out, you do have at least one other option of doing it with this. I mean, you can already, like... So with the EX, you at least get to have level 2 and not just level 3. It's hard to put the exact delay that you need into it. Anyways, whatever. Right. What was I thinking about after that? Right, so if you just hold it down... you do get that option to semi-bait DI. You can totally bait it if you have level 3 available. Except if they bait you for the fact that you're holding down this fucking move, then they can just blow you up any other way, honestly. Tons of ways to blow you up if you hold it down, so there's a risk associated with that. Big risk, but it's kind of gimmicky, but it does beat this, I guess. I mean, the strongest option, like the most universally strong option, just seems like leaving that. If you take a knockdown on that, whatever. Fuck it. Hit confirming this. EX on block, and then just DR cancel this for everything else, because this like clears everything. This, you can beat every option when you DR cancel it. So there's a way to win against every option. I do wish... This is one of the things with having to buffer a super in order to beat the drive reversal on block. Like if I were to put it at random. My one issue with this is that if you have a character that has the invincible super you want to use... Okay, for instance, so she has 2 supers that are both quarter circle forward with punch and with kick. So if I do the buffered input and they don't do a thing, if I hit a button, I run a big risk of accidentally getting a super when I just wanted like a normal button. I'm trying to do... Okay, my inputs on the left look like accurate there. Forward, down, back, back, up, back. It looks like I'm doing the buffer for the quarter circles and then doing the SPD motion, but it's just... It lingers for so long. Maybe you just have to like buffer the super like incredibly early. Like just do this and then just immediately get the 2 quarter circles, so that by the time that you get the dash, the buffer window has fucking calmed down by that point, so that you're allowed to press buttons and not get a super to come out of it. Something like that. I don't know. I'm gonna put this on random, drive reversal on random. I'm gonna try to super the drive reversal, and if he doesn't do a drive reversal, I'm gonna try to SPD. Okay, that time I did. You can see the inputs: forward, down, back, back, up, back. And I did it all within like a really quick sequence, but it didn't give me the super for some reason, like it was earlier. Okay, there we go. There we go. So that's my input. So I did the whole sequence. I did the quarter circle, and then I did the SPD motion. And if I hit the button soon enough, it'll still give me the fucking super. If I wait slightly later, and I see that nothing's happened, I hit the button, I get the SPD. Beautiful. Fuck yeah, alright, cool. Well, I mean, the only problem with this, of course, is, that they're not necessarily going to do the drive reversal right away. So let's put it like they'll react to the green flash, and then yeah, it's gonna be closer to that. Holy shit! Well, all right, fucking works. Beautiful, beautiful. That's just awesome, honestly. How? Put it active. I'm curious at how late he has to react for me to be able to block his DI or DR. Wait, no, active. Okay. Okay. That's probably still, like, around teetering on, like, what a human would reasonably react to in a match. Like, they notice the green, they're like, oh god, I got a DR. Probably gonna be too late. And even then... So if they delay it, they can, like... kind of clear your option select, or at least your option select has to be like really clean with it, like that. Put that on random. Can I do it? Okay, command throw. Command throw. Nope. Ah. I mean, it doesn't seem that unrealistic. So, huh? And if they're late enough that you can block it, wait, no, turn on active. I just want to test this. One of the interesting things about doing DR is that even if you can block, like. In any normal circumstances, if you're blocking, you can hold parry, and then as soon as you're done with whatever particular block stun you're currently in, or any other action, parry will just instantly come out. But you can't do that while you're in drive rush, because if you hit parry while you're in drive rush, it'll just do any other action. It'll just do any other input. Like, I hold parry there, and it gives me medium kick. So, I want to DR forwards, and rather than block, I want to parry. But when I input parry... it comes out as medium kick, because I'm technically still DRing. It's funny. Alright, whatever. I don't know if you can parry this. You can block it, but I don't know if you can parry it. You would have to probably be maybe frame perfect. No. I don't know. I don't know. Anyways, doesn't matter. What can she get off of +8? I guess just that, I suppose. Yeah, whatever. I mean, her strike damage, like her combo damage, is not the most awesome aspect of her. I don't know if it's worth, I haven't played that many actual matches with Lily yet, so, in an overall, like, macro sense, I'm not sure which is more valuable between, like, some of your weaker conversions going for, like, carry, like corner carry, or like if I have a win stock, for example, do I want to spend it like this, or like do I just want to spend it on hit? I mean, it is a lot of corner carry, I guess, or do I want to go for, like, when I have the opportunity, is it worth landing the medium one, the medium win stock, just to get the stock? Because I don't really want to spend the EX here at all. I don't want to spend 5 bars in that sequence of events. Nor do I want to do another DR immediately, obviously, because that would put me in burnout, or almost burnout. If I get, like, a micro walk, it might not. Like that. But, right, I don't know. I don't know which is more the way to go. Take the corner carrier, the Oki, without getting another win stock? I don't know. I don't know. The other benefit here is that Lily's stand medium kick has a great hurt box on startup. So if I have the if I have the opponent reversal with so if I do light kick, crouch jab, it has slightly more pushback. If I do stand jab has more pushback, crouch light has less pushback. Either way, if I do this, it counters that. If it's delayed 1 frame, counters it. 2 frames. Trade. Anywhere there from there, it trades until it wins at 5 frames. So, in this instance, this just wins against crouch jab even though she's minus. It doesn't matter when she presses it. The best she can hope for is to trade with it. It's just a good hurt box on startup. It's not interruptible until it reaches that distance. Similarly, Stand Fierce does not push back the hurt box at all on startup frame. So if I do this, and she's doing like her 5-framer or something to like poke out all the other stuff, Stand Fierce does not extend the hurt box. If I hit like most characters in this situation, if they hit a button into this, the hurt box extends just slightly in front of their face. You get this Stand Fierce, it wins clean, you know. If the opponent can't reach Lily, this move will win. It does not extend the hurt box on startup. Back Fierce is also good about this. I find this incredibly hard to do for some reason. Like, there's something about the slow-mo that, like, makes it buffer. It fucks with the buffer, and then when I actually get the dash out, I can't get the fucking inputs out. I find that incredibly difficult to do. To time the dash after the slow-mo of the punish counter on this. What would help is if I could go over here into controller settings and turn on negative edge, because I think the game feel is just better if negative edge is on. However, it's grayed out, and I haven't looked this up yet. I could ask around, but I don't know why I'm not allowed to turn it on. I don't know why it's grayed out. Just let me turn it. Let me turn on negative edge. Like, comparatively, Ryu, basic bitch as he is, actually is pretty good at beating 4-framers, because he has, he can do, his fireball's really fast, and like the light version is really safe, and so you can do true frame trap if you want to off of crouch jab, or you can look for trades off of stand jab against 4-framers, and depending on the character, some characters he can be like +8 or 9 and he can get a super off of the trade. Other characters he's just like plus. He also gets, of course, this Ashigeki, which is a relatively safe way to super convert off of counter hits. So like Ryu, clearly they wanted him to have more genuine frame trap options to not have to deal with this fuckery of having to choose different options to beat jabs and 5-framers and 7-framers and whatnot. So yeah, he has good tools. This is also why I think, and I haven't labbed Geef that much yet, but I think a potentially underrated element of the character is that his jabs are plus. He has a lot of plus on block moves, and he can do legit frame traps into legit sequences with full pushback if he wants it. Into mix, and it's not like a weird guess thing where if you want to do a tick throw, you have to fucking... Okay, because pretty much universally, if the opponent wants to try to throw you, the mix is really Okay, here, for example, what am I thinking? What am I doing? Where's recording there? So, Luke can do that, or Luke can jab into throw. Now, jab into throw, -2 into throw is interruptible. It's fake, obviously, but it's, you know, a guess because he has frame traps off of his jab links. But then he also has if you just walk backwards, you cannot be you cannot be tick throwed by any. I shouldn't say any character because I haven't labbed the characters with actually plus normals, but I'm pretty sure you can just walk back out of every single thing. If you don't get thrown on wake up, you're not getting thrown if you just hold back, which means that the way they stop you is either if they have a jab sequence that goes into a low, which Luke does. He can do crouch jab, crouch short, crouch jab to catch you walking backwards. But not every character has something like that. Not every character can do a light and then a low. So, so other characters would have to do a full low medium kick, which, depending on the spacing, is completely unideal for them, because a lot of the low medium kicks, if they would either have to special cancel them, like for instance, if Ryu were to do it, and he has like a low sequence, but like let's say, because I don't off the top of my head know a great character to demonstrate this with, let's say he had to do low medium kick to do it, -6 on block at about like this range. Probably not punishable most of the time, but still, it's so he could either do that into just -6 on block, or that into a follow-up, which mid-screen, not the worst ever. He's -9 in this range, which is punishable by some characters, like himself. That's going to be punishable at that range. So he either has to commit to that, and not obviously the other main issue is that doing a crouch jab into a low medium kick is a pretty sizable gap. More than even just the normal thing of doing a jab into a throw. So if you just walk backwards all the time, and if you're playing against a character that has to do low medium kick, then yeah, it is what it is. Now that I'm checking, it actually seems like most of the cast can do jab, low, short jab. I guess I thought it was a bigger issue because DJ can't do that. But it seems to be only a few characters that suffer that fate. Okay, so for the JP zoning stuff, it's, this is, here's how the cookie crumbles, I guess. So let's say you get knocked down to full screen. It's a big pain in the ass. You can get meatied with that. So if you get meatied with that, it's like -7 or minus whatever. You can perfect parry it if you try. Here, hang on, let me but most of the time you're going to be looking at like this. He does any knockdown to full screen, then he sets up the projectile that's like particularly plus, and then he does that. That's like the default sequence, right? So, in my opinion, like, when he does the meaty situation, I would just hold parry as soon as I'm, like, getting up. And then if he does do, for example, the command grab is like a meaty or whatever. Not a meaty, but, you know, on your wake up. So I can start holding parry here, and then if I see the animation for his thing, I can just stop holding parry before I get up. So I have enough time to see that he's doing the command grab and then just go over it. Not parry on wake up and go over instead. So you can... He's either going to do something from full screen that you have the time to see before you get up and choose to parry or not parry. Especially if he does the projectile thing. It's fairly consistent, the timing. You can get perfect parries for what it's worth. There's some things you can do if you perfect parry that, but depending on what JP does next. So for instance, he can use the plus frames to send out another projectile, go for a command grab, or set up his air spike teleport thing. So there's like basically 3 levels of plus frames JP can be at. On your actual knockdown, for which he can set up anything he wants, basically. Plus frames off of a full screen meaty projectile, for which he can set up most stuff, but it's like the differential. It's less plus frames. And then whatever his frame data is after you block his like spike thing, which is -2, which means he is still in full screen, so he can do stuff, but he's obviously not plus. So any character can do that. Any character can perfect parry that, and then dash forwards and just leave the dash be, or if you want, you can go for an option with the DR. And he won't be able to punish that. So you can, if you perfect parry his spike, you can cancel the perfect parry into a DR forwards. It obviously depends on how your character, but they're all, the time for each character is universal, you know? It's just the distance that is different, so. You can do that if you perfect parry his spike at any point. For me, I like to like just stare at moves in training mode until I've looked at the animation long enough to see an identifiable feature on frame 1 of the move. Startup. For his spike thing, there's a little, it's hard to indicate, where I'm jabbing right here, right in this spot is like, there's an animation of a little like psycho power swipe with his staff. A little like thin line of psycho power. You'll see it went right at this spot where he does the, when he does the spike move. So it starts up right, like, along his thigh area right there, that little swipe. I believe that is the most identifying visual feature of that move. The easiest part of it to react to instantly. And react with perfect parries, or whatever else. It's the same with, by the way, I've been practicing, reacting to Honda's bullshit. I hope it, didn't erase my recordings. So for Honda, I react to the headbutt by, there's an animation that he does when he does headbutt. The most distinct first frame part of it is I look above his head because the white bands on his wrists there appear like you can see his fists, he like sort of puts them up above his head together, and you can see the white bands very prominently in this. So I look for that. I'm looking above his head, and then as soon as those white bands appear at that spot, that's when I react. The further away you are, the easier it is to react. So I've been practicing that. In this range, it is hard, but yeah, that's why you gotta be hyper focused on looking at like the earliest possible visual clue. So, anyways, right, back to fucking JP. So yeah, you can always you have that option, but that's like, you know, you don't need to use perfect parries, I don't think, against JP. It's just that, like, if you have access to them, there's some stuff that gets opened up. So in general, now this is where it gets incredibly character dependent. Everything he does after this point is where it gets incredibly character dependent. Now, I think there's 2 ways that you can fight against JP from full screen. Well, 3 ways. Depends on whether or not you're a character that wants to go in, or if you want to, like, counter zone. DJ can do both. For example, this normal setup that he does, where he does the meaty this, whatever, and then he does the spike thing, DJ can beat this. For a full screen combo. He can beat this by perfect parrying the, that. And then going into EX, which blocks the spike and then goes and punishes him. So, very, very character dependent in this matchup. Now, the thing about projectiles in this game, and if I put my meter to like, half or something, the thing about projectiles is that if you parry them, you don't gain any meter back. And, like, it's worse to block them, because then you lose meter. If I'm blocking these, I'm losing meter. But it's only barely better to parry them, because you lose half a bar, but then you regain half a bar from parrying a projectile. But the main issue with that is that, one, you don't gain anything, and two, even though you don't lose anything technically, it also halts your regen. For instance, like if I was, if I just am not getting touched, I'm regenning. But as soon as I parry one of the regen halts for a bit again, and I have to wait like half a second until it starts regenning. But the thing about that is that if you parry on wake up and you hold the same parry, like you don't parry each individual thing, you just hold one fucking parry like this, you will regain meter if he keeps throwing projectiles, because you won't continually spend to get it. Every time you block one, you'll get half a bar. So, in a way, against like full screen characters, or like at least Guile and JP or whatever, you can hold parry, and theoretically, right, like if he keeps throwing projectiles, you're just going to be building meter back. If he stops throwing projectiles and just like hangs out, then you can cancel into a DR and move forwards. So, theoretically, and like, it's not like he can beat this, right? Like, if you're parrying from full screen, the only thing that will punish a parry is a throw. Period. Only thing that will punish parry. So, for him to be able to throw you for parrying full screen, he has to either move in or set up the teleport, both of which have options to deal with. It like forces him to do certain things. So, in a way, against like full screen characters, I would sometimes just literally hold parry. I think this is a totally viable strategy. And then, as soon as he does something else to try to beat your parry, you can start playing differently. You can do other actions out of it. Now, the problem with JP is, of course, his command grab. That is the main threat compared to other characters like Guile that can't throw you from full screen. So, this is, again, very character dependent. So, if I were to just hold parry from full screen, I'm going to get hit by that. However, most characters, pretty much every character, almost every character, I think every character, can do something if they're just holding parry from full screen and they see the projectile. Because the thing about JP's fireballs and his command grab fireball is that it's not actually a strike. It's not actually a hitbox. It is a projectile hitbox. Like you can clash it with projectiles and blow through it, but it's not. There is no texture to it until it reaches you. Once it travels to your position, or near enough to your position, it will trigger and activate the attack. But it has no body until that point, which means that if you do something that moves fast enough, you can just go straight through it. Like so. And punish, because it has tons of recovery. Most of the cast should be able to punish his command grab while holding parry from full screen. So there's like two things that you can generally do against his zoning full screen. You can just hang out and block, and thus you have more options to like jump over these things if you see them, but you're also taking, you know, drive gauge chip damage from like random spikes and stuff, but you have obviously more freedom of actions. Oh. Or you can hold parry, and then when he does command grab, you can do one of your things to beat it. But yeah, all of his projectiles have that property. The hardest one to deal with is the light one because it strikes the fastest. His overhead and low ones are a bit easier to slip past. But yeah, you can do this to all of them. It's just the window is smaller and your options might be less good against the light projectile. But again, you can't, and it recovers faster, so it's not like you're getting a punish on it. But you can, you know, move up on the stage while holding parry. So that move is 22 frame startup, identical to how fast his spike that comes from the ground move is. So that's like basically the measurement of how quickly he can act. So if you know, get knocked down by this, you hold parry as soon as you're getting up, and then if you see he does that, you can just DR forwards, and nothing he does will be able to hit you before you can block again. If you do a DR on wake up, that's the fastest he can attack you, with that move or with spike. So if he does that into his teleport, you can, at least depending on your character, but like DJ, I can DR dash forwards and be holding charge for flash kick in case he teleports. So that's a non-issue. And yeah, if that happens, then you know it is what it is. Sometimes you can get closer to him or enter the mid-range, but you're minus. Some ways you can get around his zoning by enter the mid-range, but you're plus. Depends on how you want to do it. But once you enter the mid-range, you have more... There's more risk associated to JP with his moves. Like, if you, like, in this range, if you react to his spike move with the DI, that's a big combo. That's a punish counter. If you react to his fireballs with a perfect parry into a strike or something, just be double sure that you're not automatically, if you're in the mid-range, you want to be sure that you're not instantly parrying as soon as you see any animation, because then you can get caught by the command grab. So as long as you're not overly, like, twitchy with your reactions to parry to stuff, and if he does, like, the overhead and low projectiles, you'll have plenty of time, in my opinion, to be able to recognize that that is the fireball that's coming at you, and be able to parry that so you don't have to guess on the overhead or low. But yeah, the command grab, learn the animation, and then if he does it in the mid-range, it's a free jump. You know, discourage him from using it, and I don't think it should be as much of a problem. So, same thing where if you're holding parry full screen, if he ever does the spike move, if he sets up the portal in the air, you can always take that opportunity to DR forwards. You don't have to strike, but, you know, you can. Character dependent. Depends how far you go and how far you can reach. So yeah, you know, going over, being able to hold parry at full screen to regen meter and assess your options and look for opportunities or perfect parries or minus frames or reacting to him setting up something and then going in for a DR. Or stand fierce. So yeah. Different characters, different options. Some characters will not have the speed, but they might have an airborne move that will get them over the command grab, like Lily. Some characters have like free punishes on this stuff without having to be without having to DR at all. Some characters just do not have the best options against this, like Geef. Probably not a good idea to full screen parry. He can do that if it's super early in the command grab startup, but it's rough. Oh, and this stuff as well. I already added a couple, like yesterday or the day before, 2 days ago, I already added Brutus at this, but on Twitter. But So if JP gets the EX counter, but like you do it in a move, you do it for a light, so he's invincible throughout. He recovers, but he's still minus, so you can technically still mix him before his shit comes out. So you could go for a throw, but he can mash out his level 1 super and then combo off of it. As a reversal. Things to note about this is that if he does this, you can block it and bait it in a couple of different ways. Depends. Some character... Okay, for instance, his level 1... JP's level 1 is... counts as a projectile, so you can do anything projectile invincible once you bait. Obviously, like, it's still a very powerful threat because... basically, he just gets to do this shit, and you can punish him, but not very hard. If you wait and bait, and then you can go for a throw. Command throw characters get a much better punish than this. Throw is, like, really the only method that you can use other than a raw super that's safe to... What the fuck is... That's safe to, oh my god. The bombs. The bombs that... My phone is going nuts, I'm sorry. So, you can technically do, you know... You could do that, and then you could cancel it into her level 2. And get it. But, you know, you might as well just... It's barely any more damage than just doing the regular level 2 as a punish to it. But, like, for instance, Jamie, if he's at level 2 or higher drink, he can do his projectile invincible move, and it will, beat... He still has to wait. Like, this is all assuming that you bait out the super, obviously. If you try to throw him or something, it's not gonna work. So, it is still, like, a very powerful tool that JP has. I'm just saying, if you bait it out... You can punish with that to do slightly more damage than a throw. If you're not up to the level where you can do his command throw. Oh, now this is interesting. Okay, so like I said, DR... Oh, by the way, I saw this on Twitter. It's actually, I forget who posted it, I'm sorry. But it's fantastic. Really good. You can get faster, like more immediate raw drive rushes by inputting forward parry. Absolutely no downtime. You don't have to glow and then go green. You can just go straight green. But my muscle memory is still doing it the shit way like this, so I'll need to train my hands to get used to doing this as the default. But anyways, yeah, so I mentioned that drive rush into a 4-framer is like about 15 frames. But with the screen freeze of the drive rush, it's in terms of reacting to it, it's like closer to around like 26 frames or something. It's similar to a drive impact. Alright, this screen freeze is about I haven't measured it, but I would say based on my reaction speed, what I know my reaction speed to be in terms of frames and how easily I can react, easily or not easily I can react to things, I would say it's a little under like 10 frames of screen freeze. Anyways, so if the opponent does a raw drive rush, oh, oops. Oh, come on. It is reactable. It is reactable. It's around like 20 frames or so. It's like jabbing a kind of middle of the road dash from Street Fighter V. It's like checking Bison's dash. Marisa, on the other hand, has some interesting stuff with her. I don't know what her moves are called, but yeah, it's less risky than like a drive rush, or sorry, a drive impact or something, because every character could do like a do that into a drive impact. But yeah, interesting. It is interesting, and it's not like committing to a cleanly punishable armor move like a DI or like an invincible move like a fucking super or something. Think of any other characters that can fuck around with raw DR, beating like turning your reactions against you. Let's see. Let me think. Luke would be able to do. Well, Luke can do it. Luke can do, because Luke can do DR this, so he can pull back if obviously you won't be able to react and whiff punish a jab. You'll have to just commit to doing the unsafe version of this to beat them jabbing you. But the pullback on this move is insane. It will absolutely. Here, I can demonstrate it. Pullback on this is huge. Yeah, not fast enough to catch a jab, but it does, like, dodge the move, you know? Yeah, not fast enough to catch a 15-frame recovery jab. Alright, good to know, good to know. That's also not fast enough to catch a whiff jab. Huh. I mean, they are good tools for, like, full screen against bigger normals, but I honestly kind of expected them. I had always like known that he could do that when I was playing the demo, but obviously we didn't have the full lab available for the demo, so I couldn't precisely test without like a training partner or something. Seems like if you react to it, at least either of these is DR into. I mean, he can still do that. No, still not fast enough to catch the jab. I guess it depends. One of the things is that it's hard to execute DR into Fireball, because in order to do it well, you have to do forward, and then hit back, so that it kind of resets it. It prevents it from getting a DP. So you have to do forward in like a half circle, basically. Which I guess now that I'm saying it out loud doesn't even sound that difficult. There, that one was particularly fast. Okay, I'll try them both. Nope, not fast enough. Huh, go. Yeah, you just need like a special, because when you do DR into special, it like completely cuts your momentum. So you just need to do like a DR into a special that like is just slow enough that it will, or just fast enough that it will, you know, catch. It'll beat a jab. Like 20 frames is too slow. So if you do something like that, you can halt your momentum a bit. Not the best example. There's probably a better example. Like I was talking about, Ryu is just really fucking good at stopping, like very controlling the basic close range turn taking, counter hitting, 4-framer mechanicking stuff. So like he can do crouch jab into that, and that's like counter hit launcher, right? On if they mash, I think. Yeah, totally. That's built it. God, Ryu has so many moves that just like the closer I look at it, I'm like, this is clearly designed to utilize the core game mechanics in this way. That's awesome. Holy shit, I had not labbed, this is my first time really, like, focusing on Honda, other than just practicing reacting to the headbutts and stuff. I was not previously aware, like, I knew how obnoxious it was to deal with, but I had not previously gotten the full picture of what the fuck is up with his, sumo splashes. Oh, huh. Well, I knew that they were plus on block. I didn't know. I knew that they were +1. Let's see. How fast is his crouch jab? That's fucking 4 frames? God. Right. Okay, so... Alright, for one thing, once you recognize it, it's very difficult. This is consistent, but it's very difficult to try to air-to-air it or anything. It's very awkward when opponents go over your head in this game to try to input certain things, like input cross-cuts or... Like, I'm trying to do it right now, it's just not... But the thing is, usually autocorrect DPs work pretty good against cross-up jumps in this game. Autocorrect... Cross-cutting is fucking weird in this game, but you can usually autocorrect, and... Because they won't hit you... right until, like, right the end. But in this, because he goes all the way over your head and then sort of falls rather than... It's still, like, difficult to figure out which direction the game even wants you to input stuff. Like, I've tried doing half circle for a crosscut, I've tried doing autocorrect DP on the front, I've tried waiting and then doing DP on the back. I have not gotten him to pull out a DP yet. Christ. Okay, so the other aspect of this is that you cannot really walk backwards or forwards, even if you have any particular read on this, because in both directions, it puts you in crazy proximity block. I can hold forward right away, and I can't walk underneath it, even though it's going behind me. I'm just in proximity block. You can't input a dash particularly good unless you read it right away, which is not a... a reaction, because he'll just headbutt you to death if you do that, or do anything else. So you can't really... It's very difficult to dash during this process. Christ. And all the anti-airs in this, most of the anti-airs in this game are not particularly great at this. If I were to just hazard a guess, I've only just started doing this just with Jamie for no particular reason. If I were to hazard a guess, I would say Luke and Lily maybe have a slightly easier time dealing with this. Oh, wrong input, right. Wait, how did I get that? What? Yeah, much easier. This anti-air hits just straight above her head and behind. Yeah, Luke's does too. Luke's... Looking at the whole cast, characters with, normals for anti-airs, Luke and Lily have, like, the best ones for hitting behind the head. Manon might be able to. Her crouch fierce hits pretty high above her head. Can I do it without moving? Yeah. Cool. Alright, good. Yeah, some characters are just not going to be very good at this, because a lot of the anti-airs jut forwards in just a shit way. Honda should be able to. From what little I tested of him, I saw that his stand fierce also hits very high above his head. Blanca too, his roundhouse should be good. Chun-Li's is deceptively hits pretty high above her head, even though every time she anti-airs with it, it kind of looks like the opponent was nowhere near her head. Cammy's deceptively does not hit very high above her head. Yeah, see, I'm doing back medium punch, and it's gonna go underneath him. See? It's gonna, because it shoots forwards. Yeah, it's not good at that. Ryu should be able to get, did I just exit? God damn it, oops. Oh wait, no, I didn't. I always get confused and feel like I'm hitting the wrong button. There we go. Unfortunately, this is still a directional input, so it's like you have to do it based on the side. So if he's gone all the way over the side, you actually have to switch directions. However, if you are like committed to walking backwards the whole time, you should be able to get it. Flash kick characters probably have an easier time dealing with this, but I don't know. The flash kicks can also lose to cross-ups a lot, so yeah. Let's do the heavy. Nah, that's fine. Yeah, all you have to do is just delay your flash kicks super long, and then it usually solves all the problems. The autocorrect flash kicks are really good in this. Again, autocorrecting just like beats everything. Okay, alright. I thought the EX was like fully invincible. I don't know anything about it, but cool. Okay, and for other characters that have like not great options, I guess it's just left to the parries, you know. Perfect parry. It's not the hardest thing to perfect parry. You get a lot of meter back if you parry it, even if you just even if you're not gonna go for the perfect parry, just the fact that you see it and you start holding parry, you build like half a bar of drive gauge back. Maybe a little more. Yeah. And then you can go for perfect parries and stuff. You can also parry and then drive reversal. Unfortunately, you cannot do this as an option select. You're like 1 frame away from being able to do this as an option select, but the problem is, say you just input parry and then you buffer in the drive reversal, right? Parry, drive reversal, and then parry, drive reversal, like that. The problem is that if you do this, like, trying to fish for the perfect parry, but then you want to drive reversal in case you miss the perfect parry, there is 1 frame before the frame that you hit perfect parry on. If you parry it 1 frame too early, Honda will be able to recover and then block your drive reversal. Only on that 1 frame, there's a risk associated with that. So if that move, if his splash had 1 frame more recovery, it would be fine to option select that all day, no risk. You delay your DI as much as possible. There's still no value in this because it's not an actual punish. He can recover and counter DI you, so that doesn't work. If you do the DI any earlier, you just go fucking past him. I genuinely don't know if if DIs are universal or if they have slightly different properties. Like, maybe they have slightly different hitboxes, or maybe the movement is slightly different. Like, I haven't put them or maybe the range is slightly different. I haven't put them side by side to figure that out. I've just assumed that they're universal, like, functionally identical. This would be easier on hitbox. I'm playing on pad right now. It would be easier to try, yeah, DPing in the opposite direction. That would be much easier on hitbox. Okay. Does this work? I haven't picked up my hitbox in a while. I don't remember what my... Oh, right, that's right. I remember now. I would use a different button layout for hitbox. Hang on, how the fuck do I... Oh, right. I don't know what the... No. God damn it. Way easier on hitbox. Yeah. Okay. Here's an idea. I literally was just doing this, and then I went to take a shit, and I came back, and now it's not happening at all. What the fuck? Oh, okay, I have to do it, like, even earlier. Yeah, there we go, okay. Alright. Cool, cool, cool. So that's the option select. So what I'm doing is I'm holding parry, and then I'm doing forward, backward. So, if he doesn't sumo splash and nothing happens, I'm just parrying for whatever amount of frames that I hold it for. But if he goes over my head, it inputs the dash underneath it. There we go, that's the option select. That is the fucking winner. Okay, so I had some trouble replicating it, so anyway, here we go. So basically, I hit forward before the block stun ends. Like, forward right there, and then I hit backwards. Like, after it ended. Forward, backward, or... Forward, backward. God damn it. Forward, backward. The heavy one, this will depend how fast and how far your DR goes. The heavy one seems to... Oh, no, I just have to input it better. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Alright, sick. So that's the heaviest one he can do. And I can even get a escape from that one if he goes over my head. So there's the option select. Alright, there's the option select, sick. It completely fucks his headbutts that go over your head. If he does the ones that stay in front of you, you can anti-air those like normal. Sick. Awesome. So yeah, as I suspected, based on my find, if you're like at like 0 frames or something, if you do raw drive rush, the fastest you can act being well, if you do a raw drive rush into a 4-framer, that means that the fastest you can act is 11 frames in, which means that the first action that you can do into frame 1 armor or invincible move would be 12 frames. So if you're at 0, then if the opponent does pick a character that is a 0 on block normal. So if you are at 0 even frames and you do a raw drive rush, you see you should have it at random. Yeah, sometimes he does nothing. You should be able to react if they've done a move in the previous time period. That being said, I guess it only really works for heavy normals because you have to be able to see the animation before the screen freeze, so that it will freeze on the animation, but it also has to be 12 frames or longer if you're at 0, or whatever. So, I mean, if you're already plus, there's no way to do this because their normal won't come out before the screen freeze, so you'd have to do what I was already talking about with getting them to fucking bait it out with specials, bait out your jabs with specials and stuff. Anyways, yeah, right, so, but, you know, 12 frames or slower are moves that you can, raw DR, God, I'm trying to do this extra fast input version of DR, but sometimes I accidentally get forward dash. It's the same story with Lily, with Geef here, is that if you, I know the Geef players have been complaining, so I decided to take a look. Haven't found that much, other than the hit confirmable, down forward, medium punch. But, oh, and obviously the, if I were to have, him do... So ordinarily, if you do this, that's you can't go for a full run-up mix-up after crouch medium punch. Not quite plus enough for you to be able to block any XDP afterwards, so you pretty much would just have to go for a jab or something. And then you can mix off of that, but it's not that plus. You can't go for anything particularly heavy like a headbutt or something. But you unlock a lot more if you do it off of DR, so raw DR, crouch medium punch, so for 1 bar into DR, and that gets you plus enough so that you can block reversals, which means it opens up a lot of options. So if he can no longer mash DP for free there, you get to do a lot more stuff. Unfortunately for Geef, the only way for him to beat these, if you were to do DR into that and DR, the only way for him to defeat the, drive reversal there would be to super. And he can't do level 1 because it's an air thing. So it's like, you know. Huh. Huh, would you look at that? It's kind of hard to time. Like, you can't do it too early or too late. What the fuck? I actually haven't used that much. Is that how it normally works? I haven't even tested it at all. Can he, like, combo off of this or something? What the fuck is happening? That looks like a very strange interaction. Where the fuck is the window for it? Jesus. That is bizarre. How many characters drive reversals or kicks? I haven't been playing the game long enough to remember everyone's. I can't tell if this is just like, I'm not hitting the window right, or this doesn't count as a mid kick. Whatever. It doesn't seem very reliable. And it doesn't, I can't even tell if it rewards you or, I mean, it would reward you in that you don't get hit by the DR, and it seems like you're +1, even if you can't get anything else, because it hits in a very weird way. Right. But can he do anything else against the, I don't think so. I think any move that he does into DR is pretty fucking free to this, except for in the rare instances where he has super. I mean, I guess in that sense, it's like the character archetype is like, if you can land 1 super, that might be close enough to get in there. That being said, it'll be unreasonable to combo after that into Bush Dynamite, especially if you spent 4 bars to do the input, to do the DR into Crouch Strong into DR. Anyways, that's not the only thing I found. The other thing is similar with the Lily tech of stand jab being +6 even at long range, getting it. His stand jab is +6. Unfortunately, his crouch jab is +6. So if he leaves it at that, theoretically he could get some stuff. He can poke with this 10-framer, pretty free. But he can almost always be in range for his low to jail them down, but it's not great. But if he does close range DR, his close range DR it's still the same timing as everyone else's, so it's still like he can hit his 4-framer in 15 frames by doing this raw. And it actually outranges a lot of characters' jabs if they try to jab it, so it's on reaction it's kind of a bit harder to deal with than some other characters' DRs, but also his SPD, if he does it, will just kind of outrange a lot of people, so he can get away with that a bit more often. Get plus frames on block, kind of get a mix, but more importantly, if he does DR into crouch jab in any range like this, he will be in range to SPD, or he will be in range to do the full forward heavy punch. So if I switch characters, if he lands the jab, he can confirm it. He can confirm the jab landed, and he can't convert into much, but he can set up a mix after the plus 10, so plus 10 or more if it's counter hit. So you can't jump out of that, you're locked down, can't backdash, and if you jab, you trade at minus whatever. Depends on the character's 4-framer. Yeah, I feel like Zangief's headbutt is really good because it has decent range. You can single hit confirm it on hit into his lariat or his drive rush for bigger damage. It's just so long as you can set up places where you can jail the opponent into having to sit there and block it, then. I also feel that, like, I've seen a lot of sentiment from people playing legacy characters like Cammy and Zangief, and I don't care, you know, I don't criticizing or agreeing with them per se, but I do think that part of it is just like I saw Brutus talking about, he's like, doesn't really like Zangief in this game so far, feels kind of meh, feels like not that many options and stuff, and that, like, Zangief can only has new stuff relative to the core system mechanics, and I think that that's accurate, but it's like that's like every character, right? Every character is like nerfed from their previous version except for the core system mechanics. Like, all these fucking moves, that's more minus on block, you don't have plus frames, your fireball's worse and more easily whiff punishable, both by the system mechanics and by whatever. EX fireball isn't plus on block, fucking, low forward isn't hit confirmable anymore, etc. And it's just like, oh, his jab is not single hit confirmable anymore. It might be. I don't know. I don't think so. No. So, it's like every character is like a nerfed version of themselves. Their moves are a bit worse. Their default tools, like this, is no longer safe on block. The uncharged version of it. So, you know, every character is like a nerfed, shittier, weaker, more risky version of themselves. Like Cammy, like just everyone. Everyone is. I feel like the most solid character that doesn't feel like any of his core things were particularly weakened is Ryu. But anyways, yeah, I mean, those are my thoughts on, like, Zangief. I feel like if you were to have the same feelings and have the same experience for, like, most of the legacy characters in the cast, you would feel quite similarly. I mean, I guess the difference is that Luke is still... I don't know, we've had Luke for longer because of the demo and the betas and stuff, and, yeah. As for the new characters, the only people that are like, for the new characters, it's just mainly been, what, just like Jamie, I guess. I've seen people saying Jamie is weak. All the other new characters, everyone seems pretty, content with that's playing them. Maybe some Lily, complainers, I guess. So, yeah, I mean, like, I look at this character and I'm like, you know, lots of stuff is nerfed in that sense. I mean, you have a couple of interesting tools, but, like, DR is, you know, like, yes, the system mechanics are the core method that the characters sort of quote-unquote balanced out with, and it's one of those things that, like I said earlier, it's not measurable per se. You can't really put a number on it in the same way that you can put a number on, like, oh, this is +1, whatever. But yeah, his reliance on system mechanics is, you know, ties into the overarching ideas in the game of, like, his effectiveness is going to be based on being able to utilize those system mechanics and being able to meter manage, like being able to get back your drive gauge and spend it efficiently and effectively. Alright, random. Okay, I've been doing all this out of order, recording all this stuff out of order, so I literally can't remember whether or not I've covered this yet, but his down forward medium punch, this, in this mid-range, it is completely single hit confirmable. Okay. God damn, my finger slipped, I didn't X. Okay, yeah. Beautiful. Yeah, anyways, yeah. It's cool. Probably, like, by far and away the most important thing that Zangief players are not currently utilizing. Okay, messing with characters that, like, need to get in no matter what. There's, like, 2 levels to... There's, like, 3 levels to mix off of DR, right? There's the level where you can block, so if you normally cancel into this, you can't block a DP. So there's a level where you can DR and block a DP. There's the level where you can DR and create a true block string that's plus. And then there's the level where you can just get a frame trap. But it's reactively punishable by super unless you do like a hard fucking read on and that won't. Hang on. Oh, maybe it doesn't have to do with the DI. Maybe it has to do with the jab. If I do that, 62 frames in total. If I switch to Cammy, 62 frames. So if I do it off of that, but the frame data is different off of that. Yeah, it's because of the light punch. It's not because of anything else. So if I do it off of that, it's Luke is -1, so I can't punish. Whereas if I do it off of Geef's standing light punch and do the fastest DI possible, it's -6 for Luke's. Yeah, -6. Very, very, like, matchup-dependent, technical, weird shit. Yeah. Well, that's unfortunate for him. Can he air super? He can! He can air super DPs. Okay. Fair enough, I guess. So if you do this, and it's a almost guaranteed fucking DP, I guess if you're Geef, you're gonna make hard callouts. That is a lot of damage for just spending a level 1. Despite it being one of the hardest callouts ever. And if you can discourage them from DPing off of that, you're fucking golden. Because, like, this gives you a great cancel. Because you can just get right in there, then. If they can't DP you off of that, you can just, like, whoo! Jesus, that was for a long time. 123 frames. I should check. Who has the best, DPs for... I know already, but I'll just put them in video. I know that Jamie's DP loses outright to DI. Yeah, Jamie's DP just flat out loses. It's not very good. That, ironically, JP might have one of the more threatening, like, invincible reactive moves to deal with DR, because, like, you don't want to DR into nothing, because you can't block while you're doing this, so you do kind of want to, like, hit some sort of button, which means that JP will be able to do EX Amnesia on you pretty consistently. Obviously you can bait it out, but it's maybe even harder to... No, I mean, that would be a hard commitment anyways. I don't know. Actually, holy shit. It only now occurred to me to do this, but if you do Geef's stand jab into DR into crouch short, That's actually true. That's a true block string. He can do that and get plus frames. I mean, obviously, as we already talked about, all of Geef's stuff loses too. All of Geef's button cancel into DR stuff basically almost entirely loses to drive reversal. And the thing about doing drive reversal in response to that is that you have to spend 3 bars to do a drive cancel, and you only have to spend 2 bars to do a drive reversal. So the meter will always be, or almost always be, spent more along the other character. Like if you did a particularly heavy move into the DR and they blocked it, then they spend close to 3 bars. But if they parried a move and then cancel their parry into DR, then they spend less than 2 bars. So, anyways, theoretically, this will be an interesting situation to, if you have a significant meter advantage over the opponent, like if I have 6 and the opponent has 2, then it would be worth it to force the, because even though I have to spend more meter than her in this instance, if spending that amount of meter leaves me in a significantly better position, especially if it puts them in burnout, then probably worth doing. It'll delete some of their options, it'll delete their further drive reversals and etc. for a bit when they're in burnout. Right. But anyways, yes, I did not know that this into DR crouch short was true block string. That's pretty good. Most characters do not get a light into a light as a true block string. Anyways, right, I wanted to see how good everyone's DPs are. That is very punishable. Yeah, I already knew that because it's one of the worst ones at dealing with Kimberly's bomb setups. DJ. Minus 18 on that. Okay. Minus 2. Holy shit. Alright. Minus 8. Alright, well. Blanca, as we already know, is quite safe. Not quite as much as Cammy's. No idea. I'm gonna say minus 5. Just random guess. What the fuck? Plus 2? What do you mean plus 2? What are you saying? Ken's loses, right? His just gets hit. Yeah. Holy fuck, hers is also plus 2. That's really good. Supers will all beat the DIs, but for other options, if you wait for the super flash, what can you do? Wrong button. I keep hitting L1 as my input for Lariat, because that's what it was previously. You can EX Lariat if you wait for it, but you would have to commit to doing nothing, and thus commit to getting hit by any other action. Is there anything you can do preemptively that beats it? I mean, there's... If your Super Flash comes out first, he has no reason to do his. Yeah, I guess it's just like wait for it and then punish it with something, and it depends on if it's a projectile or not. Or if the move itself is projectile invincible, if you do like a... not a lot of projectiles come out that fast, though. Like, if you can't create a fucking frame trap with a 4-framer, you're not going to be able to create a... stop a super by doing like a 12-frame fireball. If you do this, who recovers? Yeah, Geef is minus 20. It's unfortunate for him. I wish his level 1 whiffed less, because then it'd be an interesting tool for, like, take some damage but get out of the corner, etc. But it was for a long time. They can always just, like, dash up to you and back throw you back into the corner if you use it as a corner escape. And it doesn't have weird, interesting utilities like this to beat other supers and then recover and do whatever you want to counter them. Right, okay. How about this one? Okay, Geef is incredibly okay. I don't know if I can have him reversal and do the shorter version of this super, the one where he cuts it off early in a drink, but either way, I'm pretty sure if you do this, it whiffs for long enough that Geef can do fucking something, I don't know. I'm sure he can get a big combo off of it, though. Right. Ah, it's like full screen. He's plus 27, Geef's plus 27 here, but like, what is he gonna do? Okay, big punish on that one. Which just means that she shouldn't do that, is the reversal. I mean, it's much worse for the opponent if their level 1 whiffs forever than compared to their level... Like, it's ironic. There are some instances where having a really long super is really beneficial, even on block or on whiff, and then there are situations like this where having them whiff forever leaves them open to weird, hyper-specific tech like this. Okay, free. So her level 1 is bad for that. How about level... No, wait, level 2 is an install. And then her level 3 should be fine. Probably whiffs for a very short amount of time. Yeah, she punishes Geef there. Cool, okay, that being said, even though supers are, like, more difficult to deal with when you do fake DR stuff, DR cancels with gaps, it'll obviously be much harder for the opponent to be prepared to react, especially if you do it, like, randomly and not as a consistent part of a string. So if you do it infrequently and in places where the opponent will be looking for it, it'll be very hard for them to quickly input a super to get like a borderline guaranteed punish on it. Punish on anything unless he specifically hard reads it with a level 2 or a level 3. Okay. Can he beat this with level 1? Plus 4. I mean, yes. Yes, I guess. Yes, he gets a punish. Fine. Wow. Lily's supers are quite slow. You can actually just block that. It's not even a punish. Huh. 13 frame startup? Okay. 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 Good to know. Good to know. 13 frames are slower. That's... doesn't work. This one's faster, though. Ooh, okay. Loses. Loses! His level 2 loses here! And probably his level 3 as well. Yeah! All of his supers lose! He can't do shit against this! He can't do a fucking thing! Awesome! Okay. Actually, how fast is the startup of this? If it's slow, yeah. That's one thing I still haven't labbed much of Marisa, but one thing I do know so far is that all of her supers are quite kind of slow and recover for years. Okay, that one's fast. But it has long recovery, right? 29 frames might be enough for him to get something full screen. Maybe? Maybe? No, that whole process was like 29 frames. In the corner? Maybe. Maybe it's possible for him to get a punish on that. The ironic part of the menus being kind of not great in their design is that they can't actually change it, or otherwise we'll be even more confused once we get used to where things are laid out. Yep, lariat on that. You might be able to get a better punish if you do this. Yeah, 9 frame recovery, you can get something even better. You can probably get both punishes, yeah. Heavy punish on that, so that's not a good option necessarily. Like the risk, if you can get a full punish by whiffing your level 1 and then punishing their super, there might be, like, that might be closer to being completely worth it risk-reward wise. to maybe take some hits by occasionally by doing like DR into nothing to try to bait it out sometimes. That also huge punish you'll get. In fact, that's probably worse for Geef, because like characters that have a DP answer to a DR and a good or a really good super answer or a variety of super answers means that you have to do completely different actions to beat either one. You have to do an early bait to beat the DP, and some of them you can't even do that to, or to beat the super you have to wait. So two invincible options that you have to do completely different things just to even be able to block or avoid them. So, like, for instance, this is one of the places where, you know, for a while it's going to be difficult to measure this, but, you know, low forwards and things that hit about low forward range in this game are 7 frames or slower. Generally, most of them are 8 frames. So, if Cammy gets into this situation, right, -2 at the end of her block string, she can do a couple of other things, but she's -2. If she hits... She's in mix right now. She's in mix. She can't interrupt jab. So you can technically do that. And, rotate between, like, the anti-invincible whatevers. So you can do that. That's a... Yeah, I did that wrong. Oh, she's getting hit because she's not blocking low, but that is a true block string. So, other characters, you know, Cammy has a variety, a multitude of options against because they don't have consistent tools. Like, for them to be able to reach, they'd have to do a poke that leads into nothing, or is not, like, a legitimate trap, or doesn't make them... isn't very threatening, necessarily, on offense. And, she can do, like, you know, jump over the low forwards, and she can forward heavy kick some normals with the pullback or anything, but, like, the thing about having an SPD is it's a 5-frame normal that reaches at the range that most characters only have 7 or 8-frame moves. So, unlike in Street Fighter V, where all the moves are plus, if you're in this situation, now, all of a sudden, Cammy is in a really bad spot. Most of the other characters, she's not in a bad spot against. She has tons of tools to beat anything. If they do something slower, she can just, you know, rapid cancel into another jab, etc. Let me see if she can beat this through a rapid cancel. I don't believe so. Alright, so she's rapid canceling another jab. No. So, yeah, other characters, like, if I were to take my turn or anything in this instance. But, like, Zangief has great tools here. So, I've seen people say that, like, oh, Zangief's really bad on defense in this game. I don't disagree, necessarily. I haven't played enough. But, like, other characters don't get options like this on defense against the minus on block moves. They just don't. They don't have something that reaches that far, that fast, for which the opponent does something that's -1 or -2 and only has 5 or 6 frame moves that reach that far, and they will lose to SPD. Okay, perfect example. Chun versus Geef, alright? Chun's, like, light strings do not have that much pushback. In fact, her lights just don't have that much range in general. Stand jab has, like, okay range, but she can't push back that far. And the only way she can even create even more pushback is by doing her fireball. The heavy fireball is the fastest one. So that's, like, best, and she needs back charge to do that. So if she's in any situation where she's doing lights and she can't do that, then she'll wind up doing, like stand jab is -3. I don't remember that being -3 in the betas. I don't remember that being -3. Was that -3? Anyways, so yeah, any light sequence that Chun does she's gonna end off with a -2 or -3, not enough pushback, and like her cancel options are not great unless she does like spins meter or something, which I don't even know if this is a frame trap. Oh, it is. Okay. So those are, that is not, I guess. But like just for example, you know, light SPD, jab, if I try to walk backwards, I get thrown. If I cancel into fireball, I get thrown. And if I do that, that's unsafe on block. So, like, anytime she's doing a light sequence or something, she doesn't get shit options, you know? Like Zangief, she's in the death pit on the cast. So, Diaphone put out a video that was like, how to deal with, common moves, you know? Most of it's very self-explanatory, or like things that were already around the grapevine, like how to deal with Honda headbutt and stuff, like react perfect parry, or DI if you're at a range where you can react to it, etc. Same shit. But one of the things that he says in his video is that you can so long as you do it delayed right before Blanka makes contact with you, you can DI this. That is actually not true. Diaphone only thinks that because he plays Kimberly and JP, which are two characters that can do that, but that's not universal across the cast. So Luke's will whiff. One of the rare instances where Luke doesn't have something that other characters do. That being said, I do think Luke still has, because he's a fucking god on this earth, I do think Luke has one of the best options. Which in the corner gets even better. Okay, so the characters that can DI this. Now, here's the thing about doing it with these characters, like Kimberly can do it. So if you like react to it immediately and then DI, it'll whiff. Partially because Blanka's still too high in the air, and partially because when your DI moves you forwards on the startup, it means that the Blanka ball hits you earlier. So the trick to this is making the Blanka ball still hit you as late as possible, and then having the full movement of the DI be after he's already rebounded. So that's why delaying it works better than doing it earlier. So the characters that can do that have DIs that will work for that are Kimberly, Marisa, Ryu, Chun, Ken, Blanka, and JP. Those are the characters that can DI Blanka balls. Some characters have like normals that have you know good hurtbox interactions that are likely to win, or good hurtbox and good active frames. Luke's Crouch Fierce is one of the best. You can do it really late. It has like no hurtbox. Oh, come on. Yeah, every character with like an air invincible move, so can just DP it, right? So flash kicks and DPs. Blanka's only his EX flash kick is air invincible. Let's see, but a lot of characters are like crouching medium punches will do kind of okay. I do think Luke has two of the best options in his Crouch Fierce and his EX Tackle. They're the most lenient and rewarding. Let's see. Jamie can get his DP, Crouch Medium Punch, and his Crouch Heavy Punch is really good at dealing with it. Manon can get her EX Anti-Air move, her Back Heavy Punch, but you have to do it really fast. It's active enough, but because the move is kind of slow, you have to do it. Once it's active, it beats the Blanka ball clean. And her EX quarter circle forward punch move with the invincibility that you can use against a lot of the moves in this game. Kimberly gets, DI, like I said. Her crouch medium punch is really good. Her EX DP and her standing heavy punch is really good. They have like no hurt box. Jury gets DP, crouch medium punch, and she can jump medium punch. She can like forward jump medium punch into her dive kick. Getting the dive kick to combo off of it is a little tight. It's a bit difficult to do that, but getting the jump medium punch over the ball is pretty easy. JP gets his amnesia counter, his crouch medium punch, and his crouch heavy punch, and his DI, of course. I'm not gonna repeat which characters get DI. Lily gets her anti-air DP, and her crouch heavy punch is okay, but it's a bit slow. Marisa just does her quarter circle back kick armor move, and it's the easiest and cleanest. She doesn't really get... Despite her having a million armor moves, she doesn't have really any other good options against it. But she has an easy one, so that's fine. DJ gets flash kick, and he can EX sway. He can do the EX punch thing. I'll show you what that looks like. Other than that, all of his other moves generally kind of lose. Cammy can DP and stand medium punch, although it's not that great and it's not special cancelable, so her combo routes off of it are a bit limited. Ryu, crouch medium punch and DP. Honda gets EX headbutt as an armor reversal and EX splash as an anti-air version. Chun gets her DP, her crouch medium punch, her back medium punch, and her back heavy punch are all pretty decent options. Ken gets DP and a kind of okay crouch medium punch. Guile just gets flash kick and a kind of okay crouch medium punch. Blanca gets his EX up ball and back medium kick, but it's a bit slow, and stand heavy kick, but it's a bit slow. But they are both really active and win easily. Geef gets lariat, although you can't do it at the last possible moment, but he gets lariat, and he can also... You can armor with stand heavy punch, and like it doesn't punish or anything, but it'll leave you closer to Blanca than if he were to bounce all the way off of it on block or parry. I haven't looked at Dulcim yet. I'm assuming he can do some shit. I don't know. I've barely touched Dulcim in the game so far. I'm assuming he can slide. I guess not. Yeah. That looks pretty good. I don't know. I've barely touched it. I really don't know anything about him yet. Alright, and lastly, not going into everyone, but like, the characters that have options that will allow them to, like, decent, good, reasonable options that will allow them to, like, do fake DR stuff, like DRs that, you know, you could mash out DPs for, and thus allow them to go for more DR into, like, throw mix. It depends on the character. Luke can... So Luke can do that against some DPs, and it depends on the range and everything, but he does have that option. Next is, who has the next, like, decent option? Marisa can do it against some of them, so long as the 2 hits don't hit her, like, upper body. Like so. So, she can do the EX armor version of it. Sometimes, it depends on how closely the 2 hits are together, even if she does get hit by 2 hits. So, for instance, the 2 hits are close enough together that it's still in the armor. The first hit hits the armor, and then the parry attack goes, but it still has some armor until the strike happens. Whereas, if she did this to Guile's EX splash kick, it would not work. The 2 hits between Guile's flash kick are too far apart, and she would armor the first one, but the second one would hit her. But she can do this here. She can also do this. Nope. So she has pretty strong, like, DR options to DR in the opponent's face and then do lots of fucking shit. Lily has her level 2 super, as we've looked at. JP has one of the best ones by just doing DR into the opponent's face and then doing amnesia, and if they hit any button or throw tech, it'll trigger. And if it's a DP, he gets an enormous combo off of it, and it doesn't even cost him meter to do that. Let's see. DJ's sway generally does not pull him back far enough to avoid most DPs. You can probably avoid some of them. I'm just not sure which ones. Maybe Chun's. Cammy can do her EX Knuckle. So in some of these cases where it's like, it would cost them 5 bars to do like a button into DR, perhaps it's not worth it. I said that it doesn't feel worth it, but there's an like, it doesn't feel worth it if you're just playing in neutral and you have 6 bars to just go for that just for the sake of having a mix and then doing that to try to bait out some DPs, right? I was like, that does not seem worth it just on the off chance that, like, you can hard read them DP punishing your fake DR. Especially when you could just do into a true block string as a jab and then just get normal pressure. But it does make sense if you're in the corner and you want to either go into a back throw or side switch. So if you do this, you can do a fake DR, and if they DP you, you can get a punish on it. So that is probably where it makes more sense to do so. Ryu can do some shenanigans with his level 2. Like, I have not messed around with this, but theoretically, you can do his level 2, and it lasts for like 9 frames of invincibility. And then you just kind of sit there, and you either risk getting counter hit if they just strike you out of it, or, because once you get to level 2, it actually becomes pretty safe on block. Once it gets to level 2, the pushback is so great, it's very difficult to punish Ryu. So if you can manage to do that, it might be worth it. And in a similar vein, if you want to go for like fake DR stuff, doesn't work on his, but it works on some of the characters. Other characters that have like about or more recovery, so he can get level 2 as a full punish and get the wall back. God fucking damn it. Anyways, his options are like, whatever, it's fine. Blanca has some of the best ones. I mean, I do think the best is Amnesia. I think, like, DRing into the opponent's face and then just doing raw Amnesia is, like, the best thing you could possibly do. Like, I feel like that is a huge likelihood to yield reward. But Blanca can do, this, he can DR into, ground shape roll, which has, like, the most pullback of any special, I believe, any special or normal. So this will pull back against anyone. And he can also do, my buttons are not laid out in a great way to do this, but yeah, he can leap through. So he can do this, fucking hit the 3 kicks. Jungle leap through. So he can, so another one of those instances where, yeah, it's, yeah, good options, good options. These characters do not get that much. Keith, we already covered. And obviously, oh wait, no, I almost forgot. Chun gets a very important one, actually. Chun, if she's in the corner, she could do, you know, button into DR and to try to get a back throw, or she can do button into DR into down forward heavy kick, and the momentum carries over the down forward heavy kick. This is punishable like this. It will always whiff, and it's always very minus. But it will side switch, so if they don't switch you back, it might be worth it. But most importantly, all reversals will whiff. And then, of course, Dulcim can do whatever. Dulcim can, like, DI into float backwards, DI into teleport backwards or forwards. He can do anything. He's awesome.